home of the pass.
Yes.
98.5. Beasley Media Group Station. Sports Hub headlines.
Patriots snapped a six-game losing streak yesterday by scoring a 25-22 win over the Jets at Gillette Stadium. Ramondre Stevenson ran for a pair of touchdowns, and that includes a 1-yard plunge on fourth down with 22 seconds left to give his team a much-needed victory. Quarterback Drake May added a TD run of his own early, but left in the second quarter with a concussion and did not return. Jacoby Brissett threw for 132 yards in relief, and he also directed the game-winning 12-play, 70-yard drive. Gerard Mayo's team is now 2-6.
You know, going back to the next man up mentality, you lose Drake there early in the game and thought Jacoby was ready to go. And it wasn't perfect, no, but at the same time, I thought the operation was good. I thought he made some good throws, and we just had to continue to build on that.
They'll visit Tennessee this coming Sunday. The Titans are one of the two teams in the NFL with a worse record than the Patriots right now. They got blown out in Detroit yesterday, 52-14. They are currently 1-6. Patriots pass rusher Josh Uche did not play yesterday amid reports the team may be trying to trade him. After escaping Detroit with a win over the weekend, the 3-0 Celtics will be back home tonight to play Milwaukee. Grandy and Max have the pregame at 7 and the tip-off at 7:30 here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. After missing a pair of games with low back pain, Sam Hauser is questionable for tonight. And Game 3 of the World Series is tonight at the stadium with the Yankees trailing the LA Dodgers 2-0. Shohei Ohtani will play for LA despite a bad-looking left shoulder injury in Game 2 on Saturday evening. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Dr. Matthew Lopresti and Leonard Hair Transplant Associates, the hair doctor of Hardy, Dave Portnoy, and Charlie McAvoy. Call 1-800-GET-HAIR for your free consultation. I'm John Wallach on Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 6:30.
Let's talk turkey, shall we?
Blah, 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 blah.
Oh, in the sports industry, that's what you say.
Got your talking head right here, buddy.
98.5 The Sports Hub.
Fred, hello. Hello. Hello.
Mm-hmm.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
He's naked. He has a sword.
Oopity up with a football.
98.5, The Hub.
Bruins are back from the West Coast.
Cocaine and hookers. Yes. Na.
Is it okay to use this for the radio?
Yeah. Welcome to the show, you sweet bitch.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Good morning. We are Toucher and Hardy, 98.5 The Sports Hub, brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. We're in the Time Fair Tires Studios. Give us a call, 617-779-0985. The Patriots with the big win and will be covered for many, many hours today. I was at the game with my son, his friend, and a friend of mine, and the crowd very fatalistic until it wasn't. But I will tell you, we went and saw Bob, Sosi, and Dennis, and the gang, and Scott, and everyone was up there in the press box. So we hung out there for a while, and then Schneekloth took us up to the big time box,
Suite, yep.
The suite, where there was Dom's steak tips, thanks to Joe Murray and his relationship with Dom.
Mm-hmm.
There were those up there, and so we were up there. But it was interesting when we were coming in. Schneekloth, we had good seats too, but when Schneekloth gave us he gave us a parking pass, and my friend was driving, and we were in this SUV, and it's so confusing. I can't figure out how to get around there, but we had really good parking too. But you had to go through drive through the parking lot, unfortunately, which meant people were tailgating.
Mm-hmm.
Now, everyone would, like, move their stuff a little bit. They were mildly annoyed, but, you're driving, you got to park. And, in fact, dudes were cool, and they, like, moved this rope so we could get through, and because there was a bunch of parking on the other side. But there was this group of people, and this dude, his chair was, like, in the middle of the road, and he was old. And these are, like, this is in a lot that's right in front of the stadium. So this is not, when you go to, like, a Buffalo game and then it's, like, savages at the end.
Yes.
And then as you get in.
Yes.
I mean, these are people, obviously, that have invested a lot of money into going to these games. So say there's 8 of them. 7 of them are like, oh, yeah, cool. Like, we'll just, you don't have to move much. I'm talking about, like, 6 inches. You just have to move 6 inches. And this one guy, like, wouldn't move. And now he's no bodybuilder or anything. He's just this old guy.
How old, are we talking, like 85 old or?
Oh, no, because
60
then I
old?
wouldn't bring it up. I'm
Okay.
talking about, like in his, like, mid to late 60s.
Okay.
And, or who knows, maybe.
Still ambulatory is what I was.
Yeah. No, I wouldn't be like, oh, boy, this dick 80-year-old wouldn't move. And so he won't. He, like, just gives a dirty look, and my friend goes, hey, I can't get through. Would you mind moving your chair? And he's like, yeah, I would mind. And he goes, well, then I'm going to have to hit your chair. No, he didn't. He goes, would you mind moving? Like, I can't get through. And he goes, like, yeah, learn to drive, you piece of crap.
Is that what he said?
Yeah, and my friend said, I'm driving. I got to get through here. And then then his friend moved the chair, and then he goes like, "Yeah, maybe you'll learn to drive. Like maybe you'll learn to drive, a-hole." And then, I was like, I said to him, "What's the deal? Because you have like a bunch of what do you want to have happen here?" I said it to him. I go, "What do you want to have happen here? What do you want to do? You want us all to get out of the car and kick the hell out of you? Like what do you want to do?" Like we could all beat you up. like what is the purpose of all of this? Like it's annoying. I know he was standing too. I don't know, and they're
wasn't
not
even in the chair.
No, they're not like
my
lazy
God.
boys.
All
I mean,
right.
they're those folding chairs. I mean,
right.
you move it 2 inches. No. He was nothing. Everyone's standing around. It's an hour and a half before the game, John. It's not.
Yeah.
I mean, and by the way, this wasn't under a canopy with,
Right.
the Iron Chef, like, cooking, this was a hibachi or whatever you call it, the small grill.
Right.
And then, like, a bunch of chairs. And everyone was, like, not young in the thing. And again, these are, what do you think it is to park in one of the lots next to the stadium?
40, 50, 60, whatever.
No. Well, first of all, you can't just get parking there. Like, you have to have season ticket parking. You have to be a season ticket holder. So I mean, these guys have money and stuff. Like they're not, and they're not. What I'm trying to tell you is they're not like they're not smoking crack and like
Right.
like all riled up.
Right.
But I said to the guy, because then my friends started getting pissed off, and I'm like, all right, but the other guy's friends were normal, and I said to him, I go, what do you want? What do you want us to do? I go, what are you getting at here? Like, do you want to? I'm like, what do you want us to do? He's like, I want you to learn how to drive. And I go, fine, move. What do you want us to do? We can't back up, dumbass. We're driving through a parking lot. If we back up, then everyone that just moved their chairs has got to go move their chairs again. And I got news for you. If we did get out and fight, you're gonna lose terribly, and then B, because my friend's a big guy, and I'm like, what do you like? And kind of, to be honest, unstable. So I'm like, what are you gonna do? It's just as fascinating to me. And then I figured it's like I'm showing off for my friends because I know no one's going to do anything because we're at a Patriots game in the nice section of the parking lot. And this is like a way that I can act like a total a-hole. Because there is, obviously, I get upset when I drive and stuff, and get upset when people cut me off, and not in a. But I told you when we worked in Dorchester, I'd have to get out of the car more often than I would have liked to, like tell people to move their car, because they would be literally just blocking Columbia Avenue, and you would be like, all right, well, they're not moving, and then and I'm not gonna sit here just laying on the horn. I thought it was better just to get out and go, hey, can you move over? There are, but that wasn't even upset. But there are times where I get really upset. But this idea that you're going to not move and then you're going to antagonize the guy driving the car for the audacity to be driving through the parking lot. He wasn't going the wrong way. He wasn't.
And where were their chairs set up, like in relation to where they were parked and all that stuff?
Okay, so there's, cars to the, so say we're driving straight. There's cars to the right, cars to the left. Yep. We're in between. We're in a parking lot. Their chairs were like behind the, like their SUV or whatever it was. Like in a circle, and he needed a foot to like get through because he has an SUV. He had an SUV,
right?
So he needed a foot to get through. So you got to get up, and not a lot of cars are going through there. So but it's like playing hockey in the street.
It's still a parking lot. The main the main point, and this look, you get your tailgating set up. I understand, and you want to have your stuff and you spread out, but the main function of that is for cars to drive in and out of it.
Here's the deal. It's like It's like playing hockey in the street.
Yes.
Or doing it, or like when you were a kid, like skateboarding in the street. Like when you skateboard in the street, or when people have hoops like in the street. When you gotta, at some point you gotta, get out and go like
you gotta move the nets.
Yeah,
you gotta move the car.
Yeah, game off. Yeah,
game on.
Yeah, it's like the
Wayne's World.
Wayne's World. Yeah, same thing. Absolutely. So, and that should have been for me, a harbinger of what was to come. But I'll tell you, it was a lovely day. It was very nice. It was a good experience.
Well, it was nicer weather than I thought you were going to get. So we
were on the side of the stadium with the sun.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah,
that's really good.
We were baking in the sun. And then, but a very fatalistic crowd. Everyone was. Even when the Jets were up 2, a lot of people left.
Yeah,
when the Jets were up 2.
This is what we're used to.
But in fairness, I don't think it's because they thought necessarily the Patriots were going to lose. I think it was just like we came to the game and now it's time to leave.
It doesn't matter if they win or lose. We've spent our money. We were here 3 quarters. That's enough.
I would argue that I'll make the argument today that was a pretty big win for the Patriots, and you'd want to win that game because because of everything that happened last week, and also you saw Mayo was the better coach yesterday. I mean, Mayo was the better coach yesterday, and because that Patriot team made $1 million. That Patriot team did not play like a good team for large
The Patriots
chunks of that game.
The Patriots made the same amount of mistakes and did the same amount of dumb things they do every week. It's just they found a team that was worse than them that gave them a chance to have that last-minute drive.
I just have one question because I was there. Did they explain what happened on the 2-point conversion? Why Rodgers let the play clock run down?
I don't know why he let the play clock run down as often as he did at the start of the game. I mean, we'll go through it when we do what happened last.
Well, that just happened.
Adam Archuleta was incredulous. He was the color commentator. Adam was, how can you let that happen, or something to that effect? I mean,
I don't know.
They didn't explain it. They were amazed like everybody else.
I seriously wonder if he has and I'm not making light of it. Really not making light of it. I wonder if he's gotten like too many hits because even if he's like a genius at processing the defense, but which, let's face it, he's not. It doesn't. Why does it take him so long?
I don't know.
Why does it take him so long to call a play?
They had to burn all 3 of their timeouts in the first half because of that.
But I'm used to that. I've been watching them all year.
All right.
That I get. Like I
all
understand
3 of their timeouts.
Okay, and one last thing. Even on the 4th down, that wasn't deliberate. They didn't think him letting it run out because they were going to punt.
Yeah.
They didn't. Oh, they didn't think the delay of game was deliberate there. Did they or did they not?
They did.
Okay, they did think it was deliberate.
If I'm remembering right, they did.
Yeah. All right.
Watching him let the play clock run sometimes when it's like, okay, you've read the defense, you've got the play, you could just go ahead and do this now. It's wasting time for nothing. It reminds me of watching the NBA now, where the new thing is to let the ball roll for a while.
Yes.
On the inbounds, it's like, what are you doing? There's 4 minutes left in the quarter. You're not working the clock
yet. You're burning that extra 5 or 6 seconds.
What are you doing?
Because he wants to be so brilliant that he is. He's
why?
evaluating everything so nothing can happen.
What's happening? What are you doing that for? I don't know. I don't get it.
This way we start at midcourt with 24 seconds.
Yeah.
You see?
Okay.
But see, the shot clock isn't running, but the game clock is.
Okay.
See?
Yeah.
See how that works?
It doesn't seem necessary.
No, it's
especially when you get the, not to confuse the two sports again, especially when you get the ball across half court and then you just start looking around a little bit, dribble.
Yeah.
Dribble.
Get an extra,
Dribble.
extra 8-9 seconds to look things over.
An extra 3 seconds to waste before you inevitably shoot a 3-pointer yourself.
With 10 seconds left on the shot clock. That's right.
All right. All right. Very good. We'll get all into everything. It's going to be a very exciting day as the Patriots, for the 100th millionth time, beat the New York Jets. We'll have that for you in just a moment.
The shotgun snap is low. May has it. He's in the pocket. He's pressured. He's going to run to the right. May to the outside 15. May to the 10. May to the 5. May to the end zone. In for a Patriots touchdown.
Your quarterback on the second drive of the game.
Receivers are stacked to the left. Moody along with Bourne. 2 tight ends to the right. Cooper inside of Henry. 2nd and 10 snap to May. Got back. There's pressure. Run straight ahead. Drake still on his feet past the 30. Across the 35. Feet first line. He split a pair of defenders. Both hands on the football like a fullback. And then he runs it with a slide to the 38-yard line. Kick spiraling toward Jones. He runs to the right side of the 20. He's got an opening right side 45. A cut left half Allen to the 40. On his feet to the 30. Heading tackle inside the 26. Smith is in the backfield, lined up as a fullback. Stevenson, the tailback. Henry motions left to right. Brissett hands it to Ramondre. He runs it into the right side. He plows his way into the end zone. And the lead. Touchdown, Patriots.
Aaron Rodgers is disbelief.
And the clock is counting down to 3 and 2. New York's not going to have enough time to snap it again. It's over. The Patriots win it.
The team needed that badly. That's a big one right there.
Hey, we are Toucher and Hardy, and indeed it was a big game for the Patriots after a week of controversy and several weeks of bad football. Hardy, what happened last evening?
Well, the game started a little like last week with the Patriots getting on the board first. A first-quarter touchdown. Imagine that.
The shotgun snap is low. May has it. He's in the pocket. He's pressured. He's going to run to the right. May to the outside 15. May to the 10. May to the 5. May to the end zone. In for a Patriots touchdown.
I mean, it's deceptive speed. I didn't think he was going to get there. But I'm telling you, he's so upright when he runs, but the legs are moving. That's a hell of a run by Drake May.
Patriots jump out to a 7-0 lead yesterday at Gillette Stadium as the New York Jets are in town, and Drake May is just doing stuff.
You only get 6 for a touchdown. How did they get 7?
Well, so they kick an extra point out.
Because that must be nice.
Well, it's a lot of times it's considered automatic. Not for every team.
Not for every team.
No, for every team.
Nope.
I'll tell you. So it was May, and they did have a.
It's so automatic they pushed it back many yards years ago, and still it's automatic for most teams.
Yeah. Almost every team.
They had May. They had a guy that seemed to be spying on May on that team, and he turned and he saw him take off, and he couldn't catch him. I mean, they had a linebacker standing right there. He was about 5 yards behind the line of scrimmage. May took off. He took an angle towards May, and he couldn't catch him. Drake May couldn't catch. And I know Drake May is a really good athlete, but Drake May is not
Lamar Jackson.
Yeah. I mean, like a linebacker should be able to get an angle on a quarterback scrambling. Listen, he might have picked up a first down, but to like tackle him, 7 yards beyond the line of scrimmage, I think is a fair ask.
Yeah, and you wonder sometimes when you get that guy spying on the quarterback, and once you get him in open space, sometimes you can see a little hesitancy, especially if it's a big linebacker. It's like, oh, it's still a quarterback. Do I tackle him like a normal runner? Is he getting ready to slide? And I think there is like that split second indecision sometimes. That was not the case.
No, he was flat-footed. No. He never got close enough he never got close enough to even. And I saw that. That was on the other end of the field, and I saw that. I said, oh, boy. I said, first of all, I didn't know they had this white linebacker guy, but second of all, he is. Because it wasn't C.J. Mosley and it wasn't Williams. It was just some jabroni sitting there.
Mosley, I don't know if he played a snap and was hurt.
Mosley wasn't inactive, but the thing is that Mosley doesn't start anymore. But he usually ends up playing like a bit. But he's not one of their starting linebackers anymore. No.
Well, the Jets had an answer, Fred. I mean, it's early in the game.
Rodgers takes the snap. He drops back, goes back to the end zone, and the catch is made by the tight end Conklin, who holds on and takes a hard shot for a Jets touchdown.
Freebie. Junk touchdown. Given to you by the referees in the National Football League. 2 horrible calls on this drive and a missed call and an actual real penalty. They're on their game today. Junk.
Yeah, the Jets used all their timeouts, and they got bailed on a couple of pass interference calls on that drive, and then, to your point, Fred, missed extra points. So Patriots still have the lead 7-6.
Yeah, and you figure who you're like, but a big deal of point. and then the game moves on.
Yeah. What possible difference could it make later on?
Yeah, I mean, what are the chances?
Especially if Drake May continues to run the ball, maybe once too often.
May got back. Feels pressure. Runs straight ahead.
Yeah.
Drake still on his feet past the 30. Across the 35. Feet first line. He split a pair of defenders. Both hands on the football like a fullback. And then he runs it with a slide to the 38-yard line.
He's up slow. Took a shot there at the end. Good job, kid. Crazy legs, May.
Nice 1950s reference, Zoe. Way to go.
I can't tell where. I know he got hit, I guess, but that didn't look like a hit that would have.
It didn't look like
damage.
anything on TV either.
No, and in the replay, it doesn't really look like anything either.
Yeah.
So.
In the replay, it looks like something that could have been called.
No, I'm not even talking about the call. Yeah, you could have called it. I mean, the guy dove and.
Yeah, he dove at him. It was face mask to helmet. It was,
Was it? Because okay.
Yeah.
Because it even in the replays I've been seeing,
it was
just
close,
like
but it was.
Him.
You had to slow it down.
Right.
You could see it.
If you watch football, you don't want that one called necessarily. But
I was just talking more about the concussion. Like, I know he has a concussion, and I'm not doubting that's when he got it. It just doesn't. It doesn't look like they could have called the flag, and I wouldn't have even really had a problem with it. The flag's not the issue I'm talking about. I'm just talking about I didn't realize. That doesn't look like something that it would give you a concussion.
In real time, it didn't look bad either.
Yeah.
It didn't look even on replay. Okay, he got him, but it didn't look particularly horrible.
Right.
Oh, and he didn't leave the game right away, but he would not long after.
Pick up on a first down, easy little push over the middle, but all eyes on that Patriots silent. There goes Drake May into the damn locker room. You gotta be kidding me.
Descending the steps across the way that lead to the tunnel to the Patriot locker room.
Gotta be kidding.
And now with the first and 10 for the Jets.
I don't appreciate the language. Damn locker room. What are we doing? It's Sunday.
I mean, what if your kids are listening?
Clean it up.
Yeah, it's just a beautiful Sunday. You're going out apple picking if it's not too late. Adam, is it too late for apple picking?
I hope not, because I was planning on getting one more round in this coming weekend.
One more round.
Probably not. I'm probably all picked
How
up.
many apples does one need?
Hardy. If they're picked out, I'm going to buy as many bags from the country store as I can, and I'm cold storing those suckers. I'm trying to get through the end of the year with these fresh apples, man.
Well, they won't be fresh anymore if you store them. And so what he does is he goes and he bargains with the church. 2 bowl spaghetti for two apples.
Hey, that's savvy right there. He's got a surplus. They got a surplus. Why not trade?
At what point do you go to the church elders and say, "Hey, you got this third of an acre of land right behind the chapel here. Why don't you put some apple trees back here?"
Let's do a little soil test and see what varieties we can grow back there.
Soil test.
Soiled?
Yes, I can tell if those are really soiled.
Well, so now the Jets are smelling blood in the water, and they've scored another touchdown, if you believe the officials.
Rodgers dropping back, throwing it to the right side of the goal line, and a tumbling catch by Gibson. He's in for a score. The Jets brought him in motion, and he made that grab low to the goal line on the near side. Marcus Jones covering for the Patriots, and New York is taking the lead.
Here's one of the many things I do not like. That play, if it's going out of bounds and he bobbles that catch the way he did, it is incomplete. They do not rule that in. But because he's in the field of play and the ball at some point crossed the plane of the goal line, you can bobble it all you want apparently afterward and land outside of the end zone, and they call it a touchdown. I do not agree. There is inconsistency in the way things are called on the goal line, with the pylons, anywhere else. It's like it becomes a different game when you get close to the end zone.
It's a makeup call for the play that Fred and I reference every once in a while, where the Jet tight end was bobbling the ball while crossing the goal line, and they called it no touchdown.
Something Jenkins kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
even
one of them Jenkins boys from Vulcan.
No, he had a hyphen last name. I can't remember what the first
Austin
part was.
Safarian Jenkins.
Safarian Jenkins.
There you
Thank
go.
you. Yeah, and No, yeah, why wasn't that a touchdown?
He was bobbling the ball when he crossed the plane.
No, Jesus. Whatever.
So he didn't control it to the ground. They called it incomplete or a fumble or whatever they called it. I don't remember.
No, I thought they called it a touchdown, and then they reviewed it.
They reversed it on review. The point is it didn't count. That one that you're talking about, bobbled,
no.
did
the
count.
one yesterday, I don't know what the controversy was.
The controversy is it's just an inconsistent way the game is officiated when it comes to touchdowns. And most of the times it will screw you. This time it helped the Jets. So 2 touchdowns they scored, 14-7. Whoops, that extra point miss. Forgot about that. 13-7 Jets at the half. All right. Marcus Jones would then come out in the second half, give the Patriots a little spark.
A high climbing kick, spiraling toward Jones. Shield on. He looks toward the sun. He receives. He runs to the right side of the 20. Along the sideline, 25, 30. He's got an opening right side, 45, 50. A cut left past Allen to the 40. On his feet to the 30. And he's tackled inside the 30-yard line at the 26. A saving play, but Marcus Jones again dazzling on the return. Looking through that sunscreen.
The sunscreen.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Oh, this the screen on his
The visor.
Okay,
See,
all right.
that's what he meant.
I thought he meant rub the SPF 50 in his eyes.
No.
All right. So, by the way, Jacoby Brissett obviously in the game for the Patriots now, and the receivers continuing to drop passes for him, just like they were for Drake May early on. So they start running the ball a little bit more, and Ramondre Stevenson will get them into the end zone. Jets answer with a field goal, 16-14 Jets. Jets were poised for another chip shot field goal, Fred, until
Rodgers stands in. He's pressured. He's wrapped up, and he's sacked by Christian Ellis.
There you go.
Late break for the linebacker on a blitz, and the Patriots drop Rodgers back outside the 25.
You know, you kind of struggle in coverage. Let the tight end up to see, but you make up for it on a blitz.
Okay, so back outside the 25, 35, 42-yard field goal?
Instead of, a 30-yarder, it was more like 42.
But 42 is the new 32.
Right, it's basically a little bit longer than an extra point these days.
Nah, he missed that one.
Oh.
Yeah, he's not going to be on the team today. But, yeah, you've noticed now, Rodgers, because the offensive line for the Jets was not bad yesterday, and you'll notice that Rodgers completely immobile. Everything he does is slow.
It's amazing to me because he wasn't that the first time they played. First time they played, he was getting out of the pocket. He was moving really well, and now he can't move at all.
He shouldn't be playing football is what the deal is he just shouldn't be playing football anymore. They never sell your soul to one player in team sports. Even basketball, never sell your soul in team sports to one player because it will never, ever, ever work. It just won't. It's just when you give up the organization to someone. I mean, look at all those Clippers teams where they just gave the organization away.
Brooklyn Nets.
The Brooklyn
they gave
Nets.
It all to Kevin Durant. All right, we have you. Who do you want?
And it just you do the more you do for the guy, the more they lose. I mean, the more you do for him, the more they lose. They bring in all his friends, and none of them do anything. It's a disaster. Go ahead.
So after trading field goal attempts back and forth, it's 17-16 Patriots. No team would find the end zone again until well into the fourth quarter.
Rodgers hands it to Allen. He runs it up the middle, and he burrows to the goal line and in. He's got the Jets touchdown for the lead. Braylon Allen with his second rushing score of the season. And New York has gone in front with 2:57 left.
They just took it right down the field on you there.
Now, because you had missed the extra point earlier in the game, you have to go for 2 at this point, which they did not get. 22-17 Jets. The Patriots would then drop 15 passes.
Well, why didn't they get the 2-point conversion, you may ask?
Why did they not get the 2-point conversion?
Right.
Please tell.
Well, because they had to delay a game on the
and they still went for it from the 7. Instead of just kicking.
No, you had to go for it.
You still had to go
I mean,
for it.
there was no reason to kick an
And on
extra
the
point.
TV, this would have bugged you, Fred. They said, no, do they still go for 2 here? Yes.
Well, yeah, because the point does no good to you. Yes.
You go for 2 if you're back at the 20. Yes.
Yeah, that point means nothing. Are you unaware of how the NFL does its scoring? Yes, that.
And there's a clock also.
Yeah, you would want to do that, but yeah, he took a. I don't know. I don't know how. I didn't. Wasn't listening to the broadcast. I was there. I don't know what happened or how that happened. especially with the 40-year-old quarterback who's supposed to be like this insanely intelligent, cerebral player.
The broadcasters were on television were incredulous. What that basically they said, what the hell just happened? Why? How could you possibly take a delay of game there at this point in the game?
He's got an uncanny ability to make exciting moments boring by taking dumb penalties and delay of games and timeouts and anything else. He should still be, even with his lack of mobility, Fred, one of the more exciting, dynamic players to watch just because of his arm.
And because of his receivers.
Yes.
And because of his running back.
Yes.
Breece Hall's a good player. That kid, Braylon Allen, obviously a good player. Garrett Wilson on one side, Devontae Adams on the other side. You should race the ball up and down the field with those four.
Between Rodgers, Wilson, and Adams, this should be, must-see TV.
No.
No, it's not.
No, because he can't move and he can't extend plays and he just sits there. I don't know what, and I don't know how 10 games in or 8 games into the season that you excuse it the first couple games, like, all right, he was hurt. It's a new team. He's got to line everyone up. I mean, it's the 8th game of the season. Like, get it together, Aaron. Like, get it together. Figure out how to do what you need to do in the time allotted. And then he threw a ball to Mike Williams 10 yards in front of the end zone, and Mike Williams had 3 guys right in front of him, and they tackled him 10 yards in front of the end zone.
So the final scoring drive for the Patriots, incomplete.
That being said, I thought the Jets were winning the game.
Yeah.
I didn't think there was any chance.
Well, I mean,
I did.
If you are a Patriots fan, and this goes back to what Fred was saying, being fatalistic, and you've watched this team since week 1, they're not coming back. This team doesn't come back. They have to have the lead. They had a 16-7 lead in Cincinnati on opening day. They blew that lead against Seattle and lost in week 2. There was no way they were coming back.
The Patriots get the ball and they're going to start their drive, and some of this is on Jacoby Brissett, too, because the first pass that he attempts to Hunter Henry, he throws at his shoelaces. I'm like, that's not Julian Edelman. It's the one guy that, even watching from the sidelines and from your time playing, that's the one guy who can catch the ball on the team. So you put it in his face mask, or you put it above his head. You just get it above the waist for starters. But instead, he throws it at his feet, incomplete. The next play, he goes right back to Henry, essentially the same play, and he puts it up top. I'm like, there you go, big fella. That's what you do with him.
It's almost as if Jacoby Brissett isn't a good quarterback.
Well, not only that, but then you try and go deep to Bourne. That's an incompletion. Another incompletion to Demario Douglas. All right, just run the ball a little bit, get down toward the end zone. Finally, the Patriots are close enough.
Brissett hands it to Ramondre. He runs it into the right side. Good. He plows his way to the end zone. And the lead. Touchdown, Patriots.
It's a big boy drive by Jacoby Brissett. You got to give this guy credit. Aaron Rodgers is in disbelief. The Jets have choked another game away. You are now tied with the New York Jets record-wise.
And I should give credit to Keyshawn Boutte. Jacoby Brissett did find him on that final drive for a 34-yard pass.
He caught one after dropping 2 others.
Seriously, I'm not going to play the highlight because they don't deserve it. The receivers don't deserve it. They don't deserve any highlights to be played today. I don't care if that's the one that got them down the field and got them into position to score the final touchdown. You don't deserve to have any highlights played today.
Keyshawn Boutte, who bitched and moaned about having to demand the football. I shouldn't have to demand the football. Then he gets thrown the football, drops 2 of them. Blatantly bad drops, too. Stuff that bounced off his shoulder pads. Of course, makes the big play against Sauce Gardner in the final 2 minutes. Of course.
These receivers, they try and bring the ball into their chest and in their stomach. They don't know how to catch it with their freaking hands.
You can almost excuse Boutte because, he never gets the ball thrown to him. But guys like Kendrick Bourne, who dropped a couple of bad ones. Thornton, theoretically, has been in the league for 3 years but doesn't play. He dropped one early. Drake May put it right on him from 30 yards away on the run, and it bounced off his shoulder pads. These wide receivers actively took turns trying to cost the Patriots the game, and they still won. It's amazing to me that this happened.
Just watch it. And look, I'm not going to pretend to know anything about the dynamics and how you coach and drill pass catching, but these guys, they look like they're catching like punts or kickoffs. They cradle stuff. They get, they do the breadbasket thing. Like, maybe just go watch other games and watch how receivers put their hands out and catch the ball as it's coming into them.
How many of these receivers would be active on any other NFL team?
Oh, God.
How many of these wide receivers?
I've tried, man.
Pop Douglas, and who else?
I've tried.
And Douglas would be a fifth receiver on a normal team.
But it also leads to the question, how were they even open in the first place? With DJ Reed and Sauce Gardner, who was supposed to be like the best corner tandem in the NFL.
Supposed to be
and they got
good.
Michael Carter, the third back, yesterday. I don't know how.
How is Booty open in the middle of the field?
Yeah, how are these guys all open in the middle of the field?
Sauce Gardner. That's amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't understand how that happens if everyone's so great and these are
Ponderous.
all pros.
I don't know.
But anyway, a big win for the Patriots. Look, if they would have lost that game, maybe even if they wouldn't have lost, because just the loss, the way they played probably would have been all right. But the fact that they win really takes a lot of heat off of Mayo, who was getting a lot of crap, and at least shuts Belichick up for a week. Now he can just focus he can be irate at Woody Johnson, which if you live around here is a lot better than him taking shots at your team, which you seem to forgive him for. But big win for Mayo yesterday. A big win for the Patriots. I mean, a gutsy win. They're better coached. Gerard Mayo is a better coach than Ulbrich. Gerard Mayo is a better coach. He had his team playing with more heart. The team didn't give up, and for that, he deserves some credit. But we do have to break. We'll be right back.
Sports Hub headlines.
Ramondre Stevenson's 1-yard run with 22 seconds left handed the Patriots their first win since week 1 of the season, 25-22 over the New York Jets in Foxborough. Stevenson ran for 2 scores. Jets are also 2-6 now after the loss. The Patriots visit Tennessee this Sunday, and the Titans got run over in Detroit yesterday, 52-14. They are 1-6. Celtics back home to play Milwaukee tonight. Grandy and Max have the pregame at 7 and the tip-off at 7:30 here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. And Game 3 of the World Series is tonight at the stadium. The Yankees trail the Dodgers 2-0. Shohei Ohtani is expected to play. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Bentley University, where good business begins and leaders come to learn. I'm John Wallach at Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 7 o'clock.
You're listening to Toucher and Hardy on the Sports Hub.
become an insider. Hey, we're Toucher and Hardy, brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. Hardy, what else is going on?
Well, we'll plenty of Patriots talk throughout the morning after their 25-22 win over the Jets. Had to double check that.
By the way,
Strange score.
Rodgers, I just read, deliberately let the play clock run out on the 2-point conversion, thinking it was better than taking a timeout.
Yes, that was his plan all along.
He didn't like the set that was against the Patriots defense. So instead of calling a timeout, he said, back it up 5 yards. Take it from the 2 to the 7. That makes a lot of sense, Aaron. Congratulations.
Well, it's not the most sanguine of decisions to do that. But I decided it'd be better to let them know we'd be throwing on a 2-point conversion and back it up further, and that way. We'll hear from Aaron Rodgers later on. But the Celtics and Bruins both played over the weekend. Celtics off to a 3-0 start with a 124-118 win over the Pistons in Detroit on Saturday night. Jason Tatum, 37 points. Jaylen Brown adding 10 rebounds and 5 assists. So Celtics off to a strong start. The Bruins with a win. How about that? Overtime against Toronto as their 3-game homestand continues tomorrow night when they finish things off against Philadelphia. But after dropping that game Thursday night 5-2 to Dallas, overtime winner against Toronto.
There was a report over the weekend, I don't know if you guys saw this, from Hockey Night in Canada, that Brad Marchand was close to a 3-year contract extension with the team. I have not seen that anywhere else. But it's kind of odd that this is popping up now.
Well, he said he'd heard it. He said he wasn't going to talk about it, but...
Oh, all right. Well, that lends credence to it. So,
yeah. I mean, he said that it's in the Globe. He said that he had heard about the extension and that he might have said it's not true or something, but I don't think he said it's not true. He said that he'd heard it and that he wasn't talking about it, basically. No comment. Right. Marchand denies report on contract extension. Fresh off finally scoring his first goal of the season. I was going to say,
maybe they finally decided to extend him after he scored a goal this season. It happened to be a game winner in overtime. Great.
It says that report from Elliot Marchand stated is false. Elliot said is just wrong there. But, I mean, that doesn't mean that they haven't made an offer that he's accepted necessarily. That just could mean that he accepted an offer and the terms are not correct terms. 3 years seems like a long time.
Yeah, he's going to be close to 40 when he's done, if that's the case. It's got to be, if you sign that guy for that amount of money, he has to agree to a reduced salary to save cap room.
I mean, for that amount of years.
Yeah, that's what I meant. But that's the thing.
If I'm Marchand, I don't think I want that. So he deserves a 2-year deal, and then the 2-year deal, and then he'd probably retire.
Yeah, Bergeron at the very end, that last season, agreed to a discount, but not if you're Marchand. I agree.
Oh, no, because he's not planning on, Bergeron wanted to go year to year.
Did Bergeron sign 2 1-years at the end or just the one?
2. It's got to be 2 because there was 2 times that everyone thought he was going to retire. So I believe it would. What do I know? It seems logic would state that it was 2, but I don't know. Because the Krejci did when he came back.
Yes,
to win it all again.
Yeah. The World Series will continue tonight in New York after the Dodgers took care of home field in the first 2 games. 4-2 win on Saturday night, but the game on Friday night, shoosh. Were we all watching? Because that was a ball game.
Mm-hmm.
I did see the end of the game on Friday night.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Freddie Freeman with the walk-off grand slam, giving them more than enough for the 6-3 win over the Yankees in quite epic fashion. It was a first pitch foul ball from Shohei Ohtani. They decide after that to walk Mookie Betts and load up the bases for Freddie Freeman.
There's way more to it than that. Is that Aaron Boone put a guy in who hadn't pitched in 30 days.
Nestor Cortez.
Because he was afraid to have a lefty in against Betts. So they got Ohtani out, and then they walked Betts, and then they pitched to Freeman.
Yes.
Cortez in to face Freeman.
And brought Cortez in to face Freeman.
And that was a first pitch walk-off for Freeman, too, I believe. So Shohei Ohtani injured in Game 2, sliding into second. Apparently, it's a left shoulder injury. I watched a lot of Twitter doctors on this, and these guys know because they have access to the patient and to all the film,
right?
And they know what they're talking about. And apparently, it could be bad or it could be okay, according to the doctors.
He's supposed to play tonight.
Yeah,
Game 3, so it couldn't be too bad.
I mean, and it also shows their credibility as doctors that they're willing to diagnose people online without seeing them or without even getting any kind of medical information short of seeing the actual injury. Seeing the injury can definitely pinpoint exactly what happened inside of the body.
That's right. Rotator, labrum, all kinds of things going on.
And by the way,
I watched some really good doctor videos.
Yeah, well, they had him on Drake May and how much he screwed his knee up. Yeah, they had all that going on. They had that one doctor, and then writers like put the doctor on like he knows what he's talking about. Even if the doctor thought it, any good doctor wouldn't get on Twitter and start talking about what was wrong with someone without looking at him. That's what a trainer at a gym would do. You know, that's not what people with medical degrees should be running around doing. So there you go. The Dodgers look to take this World Series, which would be nice because then no more Yankee talk on national sports radio. Nice little break from Yankee talk.
It's funny, Dave Roberts is like bringing in relievers left and right. I mean, he had a guy close a game that I don't think has ever closed a game before, and he was doing it in Game 2 of the World Series. He's managing like he's managing for his job, which in reality I think he is. I think if they lose this World Series, especially now, he's done.
Well, Boone's going to get fired if they don't win the World Series.
Yeah, but if Roberts loses now after going up 2-0, he's done.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. I don't think nearly as likely as Boone. Boone's a guarantee, but I'm not positive Roberts gets fired. But it may be more likely it's maybe more likely that he will be. All right, we'll be back. Audio after the Pats win, which is a big win. This is how you want things like this to go. You didn't want to build and build and build with the negative feelings on Mayo, and it shows that everyone might have overreacted a little bit about everything. We'll be right back.
WBZ FM and HD Boston 98.5, the Sports Hub, a Beasley Media Group station. Sports Hub headlines.
The Patriots beat the Jets yesterday 25-22 in Foxborough to end a 6-game losing streak. Ramondre Stevenson ran for a pair of touchdowns to lead the offense, and that includes a 1-yarder with 22 seconds left to put his team ahead. In all, he and the Patriots ran for 110 yards on the day.
It's very important, just tiring those guys out up front, the front seven. The Jets front seven, they're a very good front seven. They run around a lot, so just trying to, wear them down up front and, be physical.
Drake May ran 17 yards for a score in the first quarter, but then left in the second to enter concussion protocol and did not return. Jacoby Brissett finished up. Patriots are now 2-6, just like the Jets, and they'll visit 1-6 Tennessee this Sunday. The Titans lost big in Detroit yesterday, 52-14. As for the Celtics, they're back home tonight to play Milwaukee. The Green have started their season with 3 straight wins. Grandy and Max have the pregame at 7 and the tip-off at 7:30 here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. The Bruins are off until tomorrow night when they host Philadelphia. And in baseball news, LA Dodgers manager Dave Roberts told ESPN yesterday that despite a left shoulder injury in Game 2, Shohei Ohtani is expected to play tonight in Game 3 of the World Series at Yankee Stadium. LA leads this best-of-7, 2-0. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by the 99 restaurants where kids eat free on Halloween. Visit the Nines for lunch or dinner, and kids can get a free meal from the kids menu with every adult entree purchased. You gotta love the Nines. I'm John Wallach of Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 7:30.
New England plays here.
Down the right side, it's a separation. Touchdown pass.
Yes.
Perfect dive from Drake May.
98.5 The Sports Hub.
Twitch feed of this is going to be used all around the internet.
Get up.
The cat is finally out of the bag.
Get up.
We're back, Hunter and Hardy.
Get up.
98.5 The Sports Hub.
Hey, we're Dutcher and Hardy, brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. 617-779-0985. The Patriots come back. They drive basically the length of the field to take 25-22 the game over your New York Jets. In the Jets 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Not my New York Jets.
Fifth loss in a row. And a big win for the Patriots in that there was a lot of controversy. Gerard Mayo, is the team soft? What's he talking about? He can't handle the job. This is terrible. This is all falling apart around him. You had Bill Belichick, going on shows and saying, well, and naming every player and how they're not soft and da-da-da-da-da. So now that they won, I hope everyone looks back and says that Belichick's no friend of yours anymore. I mean, he's trying to undermine, which I don't guess blame him for. It's very petty, but
He's pissed. He's pissed at Robert Kraft.
Yeah, he's pissed at Kraft. He's pissed at Woody Johnson. He's pissed at the Atlanta Falcons organization. He's just burning bridges. But the one thing, I'm a Jet fan, and I was there, and look, and I was upset that they lost. But the silver lining in this is that Belichick had to sit there, and Belichick lost to the Jets the last time he played them, and the Jets, and now Gerard Mayo beat the Jets yesterday.
Yes,
with Aaron Rodgers, so he had to sit and watch that. So is Mayo any worse a coach with this roster than Bill Belichick? Not by a discernible amount. I mean, Bill Belichick won four games last year. Jacoby Brissett was the quarterback for the majority of the game yesterday. That's not. I mean, Mac Jones, Jacoby Brissett. What the hell is the difference? So that is a silver lining. But people, lots of talk after the game there, Hardy, because this was the game of the week.
Yeah, absolutely. As both teams now sit at 2-6, who would Would it end up that way, or would a team be, 1-7? You didn't know. You didn't know going in. The first thing that we need to address that you just touched on, Fred, is Gerard Mayo. So, you called him soft last week. Now what do you say?
I don't think I've ever really questioned the resilience of this team. And I'm not going to go back to those comments. What I will say is we have a room full of guys with the mentality that, you got to change the page every day. Every day is a new day, and we have to get better and understand that practice is the most important thing we do until we get to the game. So.
And recall that Brady was on, let's go.
Let's go, everybody, let's go.
And he was talking about, he was pretty much defending Mayo, talking about how Bill Belichick had definitive, quantifiable ways that he measured if a team was soft or not. Mm-hmm. And it was how they ran the ball, how they defended the run, and special teams. That was the way that he judged teams being soft or not. So Mayo's big crime was putting it the way he put it. And guess what? You could make an argument that it worked, that him saying that was a positive because they held tight against the Jets team. And, again, in the face of adversity a couple times yesterday, were able to take the lead and ultimately win the game.
And you know what? That running the football on 4th and short, not a soft team if you're able to do that. For the game, with the game on the line, 4th and short, you needed a yard, you got a yard.
And even though he doesn't have anything to do with the run game or the run defense, Kendrick Bourne asked about the soft comments.
Nah, not really. Coach go coach. Any way he can get us going, hey, do it.
You know it worked?
It worked.
Well, so it didn't bother him, and it worked.
No, Bourne has been a bit of a leader this whole time.
Except for those 2 bad drops.
No, everyone on the team dropped balls.
I was just going to say.
That's the thing is
maybe you shouldn't be talking to wide receivers. Maybe you should just leave those guys alone.
No, you leave the wide receivers alone. They couldn't catch anything. Or defensive backs, for that matter, who were dropping interceptions as well.
Yeah, that was great. The interception that Jalen Hawkins dropped that cost him 35 yards of field position after the Jets pinned him inside the 10.
Was it only 35?
It was only 35.
Okay.
He dropped the ball at the 45-yard line of the Patriots. So God forbid they should get the ball at midfield. Right. Then the punt pins the Patriots inside the 10.
Yeah, because the Patriots win that game regardless of Zerline if they can hang on to, 2/3 of the balls that they drop. That's that's a different game. I mean, Zerline should get cut today. If he doesn't, then they all need their heads examined. The Jet season's over anyway.
Francesa completely lost. I don't know if we got the audio of this, but on Zerline specifically, he lost it. It was fantastic.
You could make the argument that if Zerline hits 90% of his kicks, that they're 5-2. They win the Denver game for sure. They beat Buffalo, and then they beat the Patriots. If you add the points that he missed in kicks, it's a 3-game swing for them. So, he's a bit of a disaster.
Getting back to Kendrick Bourne, it's hard to lead when you can't do the job. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know, but he's a veteran guy that everyone seems to like, and he's carrying the message, and it worked. It worked. Today it worked. Today it worked. They beat a team that they weren't supposed to beat. They were a touchdown underdog against. There was a lot of controversy this week. There was a lot of May got hurt, who was the best player on the field when he was on the field, and by far. And he got hurt. And they ended the half running the ball 3 times and getting booed off the field. And that team could have packed it in the second half.
First time all season that they faced adversity and actually responded to it.
Right, and they were able to move the ball against a defense that, while not good this year, has Quinnen Williams played well yesterday, but other than that, but it's Sauce Gardner, it's DJ Reed, it's these guys are. Against jabroni receivers and drop balls, they were still able to win that game.
Actually, here's a stat. I was telling Hardy about this, and he was amazed. The Patriots had more quarterback hits than the Jets did yesterday.
Yeah, because they played Reddick, who that was his first game in a year, and then other
than Quinnen Williams, they really didn't show up all that much.
No.
And I would agree with you, John, that it's difficult for Bourne to be a leader if you're not doing the job yourself, but no one else is either. So if someone else is out there, you
Puts
got
them all on even footing.
Yeah,
and
you
since
got-
he's been in the league longer.
You got some
That's a
rookie
good point.
receiver out there who's like, man, I'm not listening to this guy. I catch more balls than he does. No, you don't. Nobody does.
Nobody does.
That's fine.
No.
All right, let's get to what we're really here for, which is hearing Aaron Rodgers try and work him way out of this madness, this dark place he's found himself in, as the Jets are now 2-6, and his head coach, which maybe he didn't get along with, he's gone. There's been no dead cat bounce as a result of his departure. He's got himself a new wide receiver. Still can't win games. Aaron, you okay?
Yeah, I've been in the darkness. You got to go in there, make peace with it. Offensively, our goal has just got to be score 30. Doesn't matter what the other two sides are doing. You know, we have trust in our defense and teams. But if we're not scoring 30, we're underachieving. This offense can do that every single week.
He's been in the darkness.
Jesus, God. Yeah, I've been in the darkness. You got to go in there, make peace with it.
What are you?
Is he talking about when he went into the dark room? When he went into
darkness is your ally.
I don't like, this whole, when they talk about him taking ayahuasca or going to dark rooms, because let's face it, that's just like what rich people do. Like, real rich people do that stuff. They do breathing work. They go on retreats. They do this is stuff they do. And it's almost you're doing what he wants by going, oh, ho, ho, like all this stuff. No, what I want to know is why it takes him so effing long. If he's so savvy, if he's such a great decision maker, why it takes. By the way, the Jets aren't moving. They're not like in this constant motion doing all this crazy crap. Why does it take so long? He said he was.
Yes, they are, Fred. There's a lot going on in these games, and that's why they're having problems.
You can't objectively say this is the reason why. There's a lot of, we had some substitution stuff at times. We were late breaking the huddle. Sometimes after a big play, that can be a slow operation. We have shifts in
What big
motions
plays?
on plays after some of those. We try to get
All the
lined
big
up,
plays you had?
Trying to get the right perfect call. There's a lot to look at.
There's a lot to look at.
He's inferring that they're not getting the plays in from the sideline. And I say BS to that. BS. He lines up with 15 seconds on the play clock, gets them in formation. The play's in, stupid. What do you need 15 seconds for? Everyone in the stadium, everyone around me was going, where's the play clock? Because when was the last time that you just actively searched at a game on every offensive possession for where or defensive possession, if you're a Patriots fan, for the play clock, because you knew it was going to be a major factor in the first quarter? I mean, talk about being precious. In the first quarter, maybe get the snap off. Maybe it's not that big a deal. Maybe use your savvy when the ball's in your hands. But did you see? He'll get someone will grab his foot because he won't move, and he'll be like it would be like when a toddler grabs your foot and be like, "Get off, hey!" And then he can't break one hand on his foot. He can't break that piece of garbage. I'll tell you what, he sucks. He stinks. Do you recall Montana and Brady? They couldn't get the plays in from the sidelines, so I had to take a bunch of delayed games. Brady, I think Brady probably stood behind the line of scrimmage and figured things out in his head. I have a feeling that was part of his savvy. It wasn't his 4.140 time. It was the idea that he could figure out what defenses were doing. Peyton Manning. I don't recall them calling 3 first-quarter timeouts, you stupid idiot.
I don't remember that either. No, I don't think that happened.
No, I think smart quarterbacks can process quickly. There was a lot of substitution stuff. All the substitutions. Devontae Adams and Garrett Wilson are on the field with your substitutions. All the substitutions that they went to. He threw one really good pass.
Sometimes they were late coming out of the huddle, Fred.
The pass to Conklin in the end zone was a great pass. But the long pass to Wilson was a toss-up that Wilson's just a great receiver and climbed up to get. I mean, he got Devontae Adams, and listen, they had Gonzalez on Adams.
Gonzalez did a very good job
and
on
did
him.
a very good job on Adams, but Wilson should have had 500 yards receiving.
Yeah. The other thing, Marcus Jones, although Wilson had a pretty good day, I mean, if you look at it, well over 100 yards receiving, Jones was with him, and you said it yourself. Garrett Wilson had to make a couple of really good catches.
Well, but that's the thing is that he should have just thrown it up to Wilson because Wilson can climb over him.
Yep.
I mean, really, Aaron Rodgers, I never liked, and because again, I think he's someone who's read the first page of the book or listened to the pod. Well, we know he's listened to the podcast, and that's like he's like Captain Podcast. He's the guy who like loves the podcast. That's what he loves listening to. And now all of a sudden he's an expert on everything. Like for instance, I was listening to this podcast. I had to turn off. I should have known better. And it was a guy saying water fasting cures cancer. And I'm like, I don't think that's true. I'm gonna guess that's not. And then he would go, well, sometimes it will come back. And then you're like, oh well, okay. So, I mean, and that would be like if I listened to that, I couldn't get through. But if I listened to that and I was like, because I thought it was just going to be on water fasting. I didn't think it was going to be on people, curing these incredibly horrible diseases. But that would be like if I listened to the whole thing and I went on air and I'm like, fellas, you know what cures cancer? Not eating and drinking water. That's the case. That they haven't figured that out yet. All this, it's just a big scam, all this research they're doing.
There's one more Aaron Rodgers moment I want to share with you from his postgame yesterday, Fred.
Aaron, I know you knew this was going to be an undertaking when you came here to the Jets and you talked about changing things, the Lombardi Trophy, but has this even been harder than maybe you expected? I knew it would be challenging, but even harder than that?
It's a little dramatic of a question even for you.
They won 7 games last year with Zach Wilson. You suck.
With better receivers than you had last year.
Yeah, you suck. And a rookie running back who is pretty decent. So good. You suck.
7 games. Breece Hall missed most of last year, right?
Yep.
You got Breece Hall. You got this kid, Braylon Allen, who's pretty damn good. You got 2 of the best, 15 receivers in the NFL?
I don't even know if Devontae Adams is good. I didn't want him to get him. You'll recall.
Yes.
And by the way, you also recall, I told you, well, you texted me this yesterday too, John.
Yeah.
You recall, I told you that this was by no means a layup.
You said, I don't know if it was off the air or on. I forget. It was probably on. You said, the Jets are probably going to lose this game.
And I didn't say it to be cute.
Say it.
I didn't say it to be cute. Is that the Jets are out of control. And it's Aaron Rodgers' fault. He's out of control. He's out of control. The defense, sucks. I mean, the defense allowed Jacoby Brissett in that line to just go down the field. And it wasn't like there was some huge pass interference call or anything either.
But in case you weren't aware that the defense sucks, Aaron Rodgers said twice in that postgame, well, we need to score 30 points a game. We're capable.
But we trust them.
Yeah. It had nothing to do with it, but we got to score 30. We got to score 30.
Well, I can assure you that locker room is completely split. I can assure you that there's this whole Aaron Rodgers is a god thing and we all love him thing is long gone.
Yeah, there's got to be at least half that locker room that's saying, yeah, I'm not seeing it. No.
Yeah, and now my job's on the line.
Not convinced.
And because they're going to blow everyone out of this thing.
One piece of good news, Fred. If the season ended today, the Jets would have the 4th pick in the draft. You're within range of getting that quarterback you need.
What quarterback?
Yeah,
whatever quarterback. Shador Sanders. He belongs in New York.
There you go.
Perfect.
Yeah, they should get him. The kid from Oregon's good, right?
Yes. May win the Heisman this year.
Yeah, we keep run. As much as you want to get a quarterback high in the draft, I think what I've been on the plan for 49 years. I think that 44 of them is enough to kind of figure out the quarterback situation. Never sell in any sport. Never give your franchise up to one guy. It's just the lesson. It's the lesson. It's never just give them total control. Bring in a quarterback, but just don't go, we're going to hire your friends to be offensive coordinator, total morons, and we're going to, they could have gotten an offensive coordinator in the offseason, but they didn't because no one wanted to coach under Hackett. They tried to bring in numerous guys. They tried to bring in the guy from the Steelers, Arthur Smith, and he told him to go screw. They're like, I don't want to work with Hackett. Ugh. Mike Reiss will join us in just a moment.
You merely adopted the dark. I was born in it.
100%. Rears back, throws down the middle, another drop. Off the shoulder pads of Kayshon Boutte.
This wide receiver group stinks. They stink.
Ooh, atmospheric.
Thank you.
It's like Zappa's rhythm section. It's a lot of guys hitting stuff.
It's at the drive-in. The guys from
I like At the Drive-In very much.
I do. I was about to say the guys from the Mars Volta when they were good and in a good band and not in some noisy, weird band called the Mars Volta. Thank you.
Yeah, but At the Drive-In begat the Mars Volta.
And Sparta,
Sparta's a better band than the Mars Volta.
Thank you. That's all I'm saying. Thank you, Fred.
Thank you. Mike Reiss is the ESPN's NFL Nation reporter covering the Patriots. He's brought to you by DN Van Lines. Moving your home or business and need a recommendation from someone? How about the recommendation from almost the entire staff here at the Sports Hub and the Sports Hub itself? Yes, they moved the station too. They moved me. DNVanlines.com. Mike joins us on the Volkswagen Dealers Expert Hotline. Hi, Mike.
Good morning, Fred. Good morning, Hardy. Good morning, John. How we doing?
You can leave the last one out.
That's not true. Mike and I are friends. Not leaving the last one out.
Are you friends? Do you guys...
We're friendly.
You socialize?
It's different than friends.
We text back and forth frequently. Do we
That's
not,
right.
Mike?
That's right. Absolutely.
Oh, that's nice.
Does he bug you during games?
Never.
Oh, okay.
Never.
That's good. All right. So Gerard Mayo, after a rough week with everyone going after him for the, our team is soft. Look at this, a touchdown dog at home, and they face adversity a few times in this game. We'll get to the receivers, but that was part of the adversity. And ultimately, they beat their rivals, the New York Jets. How big a win was this for him and for the franchise? Look, they're not making the playoffs, but as wins go, how important was this for the team?
Critical, Fred. I would use the words franchise reassuring. To me, basically the only question entering the game was how would the players respond to Gerard Mayo? And, I didn't know which way it was going to go, and I'm down there every day. And so I think the way they responded was reassuring that this has a chance. This new regime has a chance. Now, saying that, we have to acknowledge the margins are so thin. Like, we're talking inches between a win and a loss here at the end of the game. And so I think whether they won or lost, the answer was still the same. They showed up for, to play, which was the question I wanted to know the answer to. And then I think the second part of it is, the players the players needed like the reward. Like, it's hard to keep coming back in each week when you lose 3 in a row, 4 in a row, 5 in a row, 6 in a row. And so nice for them to get the reward, even though the margin was that thin.
Okay. So they certainly didn't look like a soft team yesterday. What were they doing differently than you haven't seen in other weeks? Now, they dropped a lot of balls. There's no question. Yep. They dropped an interception. Was this more of, and this isn't any insult to the Patriots, but did this look like the Patriots went out and won this game, or it was a game between two pretty bad teams and the Patriots did enough to win?
Yeah, Fred, I think it's the second thing. I mean, the Jets were complicit in their demise. And I think they were awful. And so I think we have to acknowledge that. At the same time, it's never like 100% one thing and 0% the other. The Patriots still had to go out and make the plays. And I don't know if you guys are analytics, like if you like the analytics, but they get the ball back for their final drive, and the analytics said the Patriots had a 23% chance to win in that moment when they were starting their final drive. So you still have to go out and make the plays, and you got to credit the Patriots for doing that.
How are the receivers open? Because you look at the Jets secondary, and they were healthy at corner yesterday. How are the receivers getting open on that final drive?
Well, Kayshon Boutte, I thought he gave us some good insight in the locker room after the game. So the key play in terms of getting open was the one where Boutte caught the ball on Sauce Gardner, who's one of the better cornerbacks in the league. And he said that he had a choice. He could run a post, or he could just run the go, if I remember, Fred, off the top of my head. And he made the decision as the receiver at that point, based on the way Sauce Gardner was playing him, to run the post. And so that's good adjustment by Boutte, who at that point had a tough game, Fred, and great job by Jacoby Brissett to hang in and make that throw with a blitzer coming at his legs. So it's just good execution in the critical moment. And I always go back to what Bill Belichick would say. He said his best teams would prove their physical and mental toughness by rising up in the critical moments in the game. And I thought that was a good example of it.
It was a great example of Jacoby Brissett doing something in the moment, but I think everyone's question this morning is, we're going to see him again next week. Anything on Drake May, because he didn't leave the game immediately, which John and I were talking about this morning. Like, it's kind of a good sign that he got up and wasn't immediately whisked off to the tent or to the locker room. So what are you hearing?
So Hardy, Gerard Mayo said after the game that he talked to him at halftime, and Drake wanted to go back in the game. So, when I heard that gave a little context as to Drake wasn't rushed off to the hospital. But the other thing is concussions are tricky. I've learned that over the years, and you just have to really be patient and let it play itself out. There are plenty of examples of players who are diagnosed with a concussion in 1 week and they play the next week. And there's plenty of examples of players that are diagnosed with a concussion and they need multiple weeks. And so there's a 5-step process once you're in the protocol that you have to clear. And I don't want to bore the listeners or us with what the 5-step process is, but to sum it up, Hardy, he'll have to be cleared by an independent doctor by the end of the week to be able to play Sunday in Tennessee.
I honestly thought, if you had told me before the game that Drake May was going to suffer concussion, I thought it would be when he was standing in the pocket and got blindsided because the offensive line didn't hold up. I don't know how you saw this, Mike, but I thought the offensive line might have had its best game of the season last night or yesterday.
John, who would have thought at the start of the season that Vidarian Lowe would be such a key for them after what we saw last year? Getting him back at left tackle, to me, changes everything because it allows you to move Mike Owenu to right guard. And so I think the pass protection, which was actually, in fairness, without Lowe last week, was better last week. They just look like a more capable line. And this was the first time that they've been able to play the same line that they have in a past week. That was week 8 of the season.
Right. That snaps the 7-game streak.
That's what they needed to do. They finally cracked the code.
Hey.
But honestly, guys, this is fascinating part of it. And John, I agree with everything you said. The first play I went back to look at this morning when the film of the sideline angle and the goal line angle comes available was the touchdown. And they actually didn't block it well, John. Mike Owenu misses the block. DeMontre Jacobs, the right tackle, misses a block. And they're just able to get over the goal line. And that's my whole point, how the margins are so thin, because if that play goes the other way, the whole context of our discussion or the theme of what we're talking about might be totally different right now.
All right. So how do they build on this? Is this like a building block? or we talked about it.
You got a chance against Tennessee.
Yeah, they're one of the two teams that are worse than you.
It's not a total exercise in futility. I mean, okay, you got one more win now than a lot of people thought you might have going back a week or two in the way this team looks. So is there a chance to build?
Absolutely. And I just go back to human nature on this stuff. If you're a player and you talk about changing the page and coming into work each week, I mean, it's just hard to do when you're just losing every week. And so I just think human nature, the confidence of knowing, hey, if we keep doing this, we have a chance to get the result. To me, I was in the locker room after the game, and it was not, as you would expect, it was uplifting to the players to finally receive some reward for their work. So I do think they can build on it. I think this is a winnable game. I don't think this, like you guys said, I don't think this means playoffs or anything like that. Probably going to trade a player or two over the next week. And, so I don't think they're still more in the sellers category than buyers in the big picture. Just sort of just reassuring for the players. And I would think for those who follow the team that, this thing isn't falling apart, right? Like, just don't overthink it.
How upset do you think Belichick was seeing? Now, he hates Woody Johnson, but he is no fan of Gerard Mayo or the Crabs.
Yeah.
Where do you think Bill landed on this as he has to talk about it in his 7 below average appearances a week?
Well, let's find out. Let's see if he mentions it.
Well, you tell me so I don't have to.
All right. I'll go watch it, and I'll let you know, Fred. But I mean, we'll see. We'll see if he mentions it, because, I mean, he hasn't always referenced them in situations like this.
You meaning when they won? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there's only two opportunities to do it, so
right,
we'll see.
Exactly.
And honestly, Fred, in fairness to him, like, I would say nationally, if you're going to talk about this game, the Jets are probably the bigger story.
Oh, there's no question. Oh, yeah, yeah. There's no question. No, locally is the only time. Yeah, I don't think that the soft stuff was a big national story based on, the Patriots aren't going to do anything this season. But, I mean, locally it's a huge story because that's where it was made a big deal of. Did you think do you think when Gerard Mayo said this stuff about them being soft, we heard Tom Brady afterwards talk about, well, he was kind of defending Mayo. He's like, well, Belichick himself, who was critical of the statements Mayo made, had his own way of quantifying what made a team soft. And it was, being able to run the ball, being able to stop the run in special teams. And the Patriots had failed in all those against Jacksonville. So he was kind of, defending Mayo. Do you think that resonated more in the locker room than it did was met with outrage by the fan base?
Well, so the whole topic, Fred, fascinates me on multiple levels. I would say I was in there for 4 days this last week, and I think the players said nothing he said is what he didn't say to them. So I think, that's that. I believe that. I do think the players felt like, or at least some of them felt like, the way it was delivered created more noise and a distraction around the team. And that's maybe a rookie head coach mistake. But, like, it's not like Gerard's crushing the players in these team meetings. He's actually showing them a lot of good plays. So I don't think because of that, over 7 weeks, like, they don't think he thinks they suck or they're soft, because he's showing them in team meetings good plays. And Fred, the other part of this that fascinates me is the way he delivered it after the game. The soundbite is strong. And if you listen to it, just the soundbite, like, it does sort of hit you. But if you listen to the whole interview, he was asked later after that game in London, well, if you're saying the team is soft, what does that say about the coaches? And Gerard Mayo had said, well, it starts with me. And we've got to get it going. So it's not like he was bucking accountability or responsibility, but no one hears that because it wasn't part of that initial soundbite.
Yeah,
does that make sense?
Yeah, the quick soundbite doesn't include the fact that he didn't absolve himself or the coaching staff from responsibility in this.
That's right. And Hardy, he actually said, when he talked about them being soft, can't run the ball, can't stop the run, can't cover kicks. But when people talked about it and I shouldn't say when people talked about, but in general, I think that got lost in the overall discussion of how he was defining what a team that isn't soft does.
Yeah.
All right. Listen, thank you. Now you have a little momentum going into the big game against Tennessee, and we look forward to talking to you, Michael Reiss. Watch him on ESPN, and read him on ESPN. All those things. Thank you, Mike. We appreciate the time.
Fred, I like when you go the full name, on the way out.
I thought that was nice too. I've never heard you referred to as Michael before.
Sign of respect.
Yeah, it's nice.
I liked it. I felt like it was our connection from last week, graduates, 1993. Like we're coming together here.
Yeah, it is.
Yep.
Maybe you'll be as good of friends with Mike as Wallach is one day.
Start texting him off the clock,
Yeah, I'll start bugging you. Don't worry about it. I'll just start going, "What you doing?"
There you go.
And I'll send you pictures of what I'm eating. It sounds like fun. All right, Mike. Thank you so much. We appreciate
guys.
it.
Have a
See you, Mike.
All right, Mike. He's in no mood for that foolery.
You up?
You up? And then an eggplant emoji. Yeah. All right. When we come back, Mike, our own Matt McCarthy was out on Twitter, and he was having a time. I'm told. Adam 12 was monitoring it.
It's the World Series, Fred. It's baseball's grand finale.
There was a reason I didn't bring that up. I want people to listen.
Oh,
it is, but it is funny.
It's got very little to do with baseball.
Very little to do with baseball.
My mistake. I apologize.
Yeah. There was a reason I left that out. All right. So we'll be back with that in just a moment.
Sports Hub headlines.
That's still talking that S tour featuring Dave Chappelle and Killer Mike with the mighty Midnight Revival is coming to MGM Music Hall at Fenway on Wednesday, November 20th. Visit Ticketmaster.com for tickets and details. So the World Series is going on, and I think a lot of people are watching it. Yankees, Dodgers, there was an all-time ending of Game 1. But there's one person in particular that Adam is dead on. He loves following him, apparently, on Twitter. And his name, he goes by the name of Matt McCarthy. So what do we have here, Hardy?
Well, Matt McCarthy tweeting up a storm starting on Friday night for Game 1 of the Fall Classic. So we'll just go through some of these tweets from Matt McCarthy. It kind of tells the story of the game and of his emotions and the roller coaster ride that were the first two games of the World Series.
I'll tell you, the Red Sox are like a roller coaster. They're the dying demon drop. It just goes straight to hell.
October 25th, Friday night, 7:59 p.m. Happy baseball, everyone.
Happy baseball, everyone. It must be nice. It's like All Hallows Eve every night of the year for our dang Red Sox.
Tweet number 2 from Game 1. Ballsy pitch from Flaherty.
You know who's got some balls is that John Henry showing his face around town. John Henry, more like Dumb Henry. Or that candy bar, Oh Henry. Oh Henry, your team stinks.
Wallach at 9:44 p.m. There must have been a home run hit. I don't know.
Yeah, at 9:44. You don't remember? There was a home run.
Was it a Stantonian blast?
Okay, so it was Matt McCarthy at 9:44 p.m. Friday night. Oh, my sweet Jesus, what a blast.
Yeah, no, that wasn't about the game.
Oh, I misunderstood.
And that's not
disgusting.
And it wasn't pronounced Jesus. You pronounced it wrong.
That's gross.
It was, oh my Jesus, what a blast. Because I was watching something else. My Twitter doesn't mean I just have to be talking World Series the whole time. Jeez Louise.
It's TV time.
That was the TV time. Well, I have a laptop. I was watching soccer. What? Soccer game. I don't know what you're laughing about.
It's had to have been one of the former Red Sox. And they're
yeah, I wish we could get players like those. Eye roll.
They're legion in this series.
Yeah, there's who's got legions on his brain? John Henry.
That's gross.
Because at 10:15 p.m., nice going, Heim.
Well, I was at services. And I was like, nice going, Heim.
High five.
High five. You carried the tour very well. Nice going, Heim. You know what I said? Why I said nice going, Heim? Because one of them players that used to be on the Red Sox was doing good.
10:23.
And then how many replies did I get? 1 million?
For now, 3.
Yeah, that was for all the ball heads in the audience, the stitch heads.
He said, nice going, Heim. And first reply, the fat kid who likes ice cream, McCarthy and his colleagues describing Gratterall. What?
Bruce Dog Gratterall was a reliever that the Red Sox.
No, but why the fat kid who likes ice cream, McCarthy?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, that's just a little love language.
Okay.
That's just me and the old stitch heads.
How about this one from later on in Game 1? All caps, sacrifice bunts turn me on.
Well, any kind of sacrifice turns me on.
Really?
Yeah. Like when you sacrifice a goat on a mountaintop, I'm all pot bothered.
Later on,
the bloodletting.
He quote tweeted Bedard, who said, "What a bunt by Hernandez." And Matt McCarthy tweeted, "I'm watching the game with the @real Alex Barth, and he had to steady me."
Well, now you know he's just Bedard, Barth, the bartender.
Wrap that meat.
And you got Bedard, the bartender, and Matt McCarthy all watching, all just like talking to each other, all having the time of their lives. If you're the bartender, are you a little upset that McCarthy's spending so much mind to Twitter when you're hanging out, like the two of you? Like, why do you keep tweeting? Like, why are you not just enjoying your time with me? Like, one tweet I get. Maybe just you and the bartender taking questions from people. Maybe asking if they should come out to their parents, like what happened the one time Matt tried the bartender. Or not Matt, Alex Barth.
Yes.
Alex P. Keaton. You know what? Alex P. Keaton, you remember him from the show Family Ties?
Sure I do.
You know what I call John Henry?
What?
John P.U. from a organization called You Tied Your Fans' Hands.
That's gross. That's disgusting.
Yeah.
Late in game one, this is crazy, and they've got 3 this inning alone, but they haven't faced this rockhead in the last 120 years, I suppose.
I don't even understand that one. That was when the acid kicked in. I said, if I'm going to watch these two teams, I'm going to have to trip.
Guy holds runners on like a caveman.
What the hell does that mean?
Well, I'll tell you what it means. He runs over there with his feet to get started.
Oh.
I'll tell you what it means.
Oh.
You know what it means he does like a caveman?
Wrap that meat.
Workshop it.
He's doing
Do you need to take this one out of town for a night and bring it back? Or is it ready? You know what? Let it fly. What does it mean?
He's doing rockle sex.
That's disgusting.
Okay.
He's holding fellas on.
Oh.
Finally,
he's doing rock shots.
I got you. At the end of the game, that's my sports. That's my sport. That's my effing sport.
All right, he's a huge nerd. I can't.
Matt McCarthy on the Sports Hub.
That's my sport. Did he write effing? Or
No, he wrote the full word.
Oh yeah, I did because I was orgasmic at the time. The idea, I love Matt McCarthy, obviously, but the idea of that you are in some kind of like hardcore DIY niche because you watch the sport of baseball is getting a little bit much. Like Tyler Milliken, who couldn't figure out what a 5K was, is somehow an expert at anything, but that's how low the bar has gotten for just if you enjoy. It's not only if you enjoy the sport of baseball, but if you are under the pretense that you're paying attention to it all year round and that like every game is of the utmost importance to you, that's become like it's a niche in itself and good because I guess it's lucrative. It's a way money can be made. Matt McCarthy, very busy, but would you be upset if you were out with someone and they were tweeting about the game and with that kind of regularity if you were sitting there with them trying to enjoy yourself?
I think that's what these kids do. You know,
neither of them are kids. Well, certainly Matt McCarthy's no kid.
No, he's no kid, but
I think Matt McCarthy, does he have kids?
I don't know
believe
if
he's a married
kids.
man. He's a married man.
I believe that's the case.
He's got a white collar job. I mean, he's not like.
Is he married?
I think so.
I don't think he is.
You don't think Matt's? I think Matt's married. He's not.
I don't think so.
Then who are all those ladies at his house all those times I come over?
This is delicious.
All right. The adjectives that guy does. This game is delicious. This storyline is delicious. All right. We'll be right back with Around the NFL.
Matt McCarthy on the Sports Hub. Toucher and Hardy on the way. HD Boston.
Patriots!
From the opening kickoff to the final play.
Touchdown!
Your home of the past.
Yes.
98.5 The Sports Hub. Beasley Media Group Station. Sports Hub headlines.
Patriots had a chance at a win yesterday. They were down 22-17 with just under 3 minutes to go. They got the football on their own 30-yard line and proceeded to drive down the field. 11 plays later, they had 4th and goal at the Jets' 1-yard line.
Brissett hands it to Ramondre. He runs it into the right side. He plows his way to the end zone. And the lead. Touchdown, Patriots.
That is Bob Sosi here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. Ramondre Stevenson's second rushing touchdown of the game came with 22 seconds left, and it handed the Patriots a 25-22 win over the Jets in Foxborough. Drake May ran for a score in the first quarter and then had to leave to enter concussion protocol, so Jacoby Brissett had to come in. He threw for 132 yards over the final 2+ quarters of the game. Aaron Rodgers threw a pair of touchdowns for the Jets. Both of these teams are now 2-6. Patriots visit Tennessee this Sunday. Titans are 1-6 after getting run over in Detroit yesterday, 52-14. Patriots pass rusher Josh Uche appeared to be a healthy scratch yesterday, and with the trade deadline coming up, he is reportedly on the block. Celtics will be back home to play Milwaukee tonight. Green are 3-0. Grandy and Max have the pregame at 7 and the tip-off at 7:30 here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. Bruins are off until tomorrow night when they host Philadelphia. And in baseball news, Dodgers manager Dave Roberts told ESPN yesterday that despite a left shoulder injury in Game 2, Shohei Ohtani is expected to play tonight in Game 3 of the World Series at Yankee Stadium. LA leads that series 2-0. Sports Hub headlines are proudly brought to you by the DeMoore McKim School of Business at Northeastern University. You'll prepare to lead with impact through transformative experiences. Connect with them at an admissions event at northeastern.edu/business events. I'm John Wallach on Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 8:30.
Boston plays here.
Coming through the slot. Close shot. Save. Rebound. Scored.
98.5 The Sports Hub. On the air, online, on the air. This is how Boston sports fans start their day. Toucher and Hardy on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Around the NFL with Toucher and Hardy.
They are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
Hey, we're Toucher and Hardy. And we are brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. You can watch us on YouTube. Simply search 98.5 The Sports Hub on YouTube. And as the Patriots got a win that, helps a lot because it helps you know that the culture is still there. Things have not gotten out of control after a week of controversy surrounding what the coach did and said about the team being soft. They were able to get a gritty win in a game that neither team played particularly well in. They won a game that they were a 7-point dog at home. So, what else happened as we go around the NFL as we do on every Monday? Hardy, where do we start?
We'll start with what happened last night as the Cowboys were in San Francisco to take
Hello.
to take on the 49ers.
San Francisco.
Cowboys were right at 500. 3-3 on the season. 49ers they were
3-4 coming into the game.
Just below 500. So both teams looking to stay relevant this season.
Lamb in the left slot, 3 wide set, handoff, Elliott, right up the middle, boom! Walk your little dog right there. Cowboys score, the Miller Lite first touchdown of the game.
Oh.
Well, he's in San Francisco. That's why he's talking about walking little dogs. Little Yorkies and Shih Tzus.
It always works.
Hello.
San Francisco.
I'm just stealing Robin Williams' act from 1988.
San Francisco, though, they still got Brock Purdy.
Here's Brock under center. Durango, the long back. The Purdy plunge. He'll take it to the goal line. Is Purdy in? Right up against the goal line. Touchdown! San Francisco! Francisco.
That play-by-play guy for San Francisco is from like Illinois. I mean, he is just throw a dart at Illinois and go, give me the biggest Illinois accent you can.
Because that's like Southern Illinois.
Yeah, that's a little Chicago-y.
Is it really?
Yeah. He's because that's not Detroit, and I don't think it's Wisconsin. That seems more of a straight-up Illinois. If not, then Western Ohio. But I'll have to look it up.
Yeah.
By the way, how are you going to stop Isaac Guerrero, the lead back for the San Francisco 49ers yesterday, as their top 2 packs were hurt? If not their top 3, because I don't even know if that kid's their third.
Cowboys would score 2 touchdowns in the fourth quarter, but it wasn't enough. 30-24. 49ers moved to 4-4 on the season. Cowboys now with a losing record. Dak?
Nobody's shaken or giving up. Frustration is very high, but it's a long season. It's a long season. Division games, a lot are still ahead of us. Frustrated. That's the best way that I can put it.
Well, you didn't seem very clear thought at all. You know what there are a lot of in San Francisco, too, speaking of Cowboys?
What's that?
Urban Cowboys.
Underrated movie. I'll still watch it.
I've never seen Urban Cowboys.
Oh, you should watch it.
Yeah,
so, Bud and
I
Sissy.
can never get through the first 5 minutes.
Oh, no.
No, because I'm done.
What? It's not that type of film. What are you talking about?
It doesn't have to be that type of film for me to enjoy it in that way.
Okay. One of the games of the day yesterday seemed to be the Bears and Commanders. Got a couple of big rookie quarterbacks going at it. Jaden Daniels specifically was not playing well, and it didn't seem to be living up to the hype. And the Bears were having their way with Washington.
Caleb Williams, deep back. Roshan, take, turn, give. Roshan Johnson, plowing, turning. He is in for the touchdown. Touchdown Bears off the right side of the offensive line, and 23 seconds to go.
So that's within the final 30 seconds of the game. Commanders going to get the ball. They're going to run a couple of plays. They're going to get it to the sideline to stop the clock, and they are going to be at about their 50-yard line.
Yep.
With a few precious ticks on the clock remaining for Jaden Daniels, who once again did not play well in this game.
Daniels backing up. He's just going to have to let one fly. Goes to the right side. Steps away from the defenders. Gives himself some time. Now steps up, fires. Heads towards the end zone. It is...
All right. At first, I was like, oh, that's cool. Like, it's a game-winning Hail Mary. That never happens. But, then I put myself, like, if I'm in the car.
I want to know what happened.
Like, you get, the 10 seconds of, elation. There's two things about that. A, you have a responsibility to your audience to tell them what happened. Second of all, I know they can figure out that it's a touchdown. But, after 10 seconds, I kind of want to know what's going on.
Yes.
Then also, I don't think if I'm at home or, for that matter, in the stands, spastic for that long. Like, I think I high-five. That's a high-five the people around you thing. That's like if you're with a family member or your lady, you hug them during it. But I don't think that in October, against a non-divisional opponent, like really nothing, that I'm going that nuts.
I can tell you that I was in Miami when they had that multilateral thing and they beat the Patriots on the final play of the game. That kick, that pass. Those Miami fans went nuts, and they went nuts for a lot longer than we just played.
But they're drunk. Which listen, there's drunk guys after the game yesterday.
So they can't be drunk in Washington. They served there.
They're calling the game. I'm assuming that it's not Len Dawson or Bubby Brister.
was not drunk.
See, if only one of them can be drunk, not the play-by-play guy. Bubby Brister, Len Dawson, they're drunk.
I got
like Phil Esposito's drunk.
Right.
But you give or take that. But, yeah, like at the Patriots game yesterday, there's dudes that are drunk, like screaming and yelling at Jet fans. Yeah, you're drunk at the end of the game. I get it. Like, it's fine. But sober? No. You don't have 30 seconds of a sober elation at the end of that game. I don't think so.
I can tell you, well, the obvious answer is Washington's been so bad for so long, they've had nothing to cheer for.
Oh, have they? After the Jets lost 7-point dogs on the road in Pittsburgh against the Patriots? Has Washington had it that bad, Jonathan, with all those Super Bowls and the iconic
That was 30 years ago. Think about all
they won a Super Bowl with Mark Rippon. That you don't deserve anything after that.
They haven't been good since Joe Gibbs was their head coach.
Yes, Shanahan
ruined RG3.
Shanahan ruined
that was the
RG3.
last time that team was decent.
They were in the playoffs. Jets are going to be the
longest. They haven't won more than 10 games in a season since, my God, 91?
Jets are not going to have made the playoffs in the longest. Going to have the longest drought in the top 4 sports.
True. All I'm saying is the Commanders are 6-2, where no one thought they were going to be 6-2. These guys are excited.
No, that's not the. Jonathan,
now,
I'm not talking about the fans. I'm talking about
the Jets. He's talking about the Jets.
I'm talking about the broadcasters.
My mistake. Sorry.
I'm talking about the broadcasters.
What was I thinking? I'm sorry, Hardy. You're right.
No. I'm going to talk about the Jets if you mention futility. Of course I am. I'm going to bring up futility.
Yes. What did Jaden Daniels have to say?
Nothing really. Just throw the ball up, give my guys a shot. I didn't see anything. No, not really. I just heard people screaming and our sideline rushing the field. That's how I knew.
Yeah, he's the best. Jaden Daniels very smart. He gets in every day early. Apparently, he's great with the media. He's exactly what you want from a franchise quarterback, especially coming off a reign of terror by one of the truly awful human beings on the planet that was your owner. Jaden Daniels is a gift from the heavens for them. Look, I don't know if he's going to play forever or what, but as a face of a franchise, that's what you want. Jaden Daniels is exactly who I want. If you go, give me the character, the smile, the attitude, everything, the style of play of the guy that I want to be able to put on the front of my program every week.
Yeah, and a guy,
Jaden Daniels.
And specifically in that game, a guy who doesn't play well for most of the game still has the wherewithal to, keep the play alive for 8 seconds?
Oh!
And then heave the ball 65 yards downfield.
That's possible? You can keep a play alive.
You're allowed to move out of the pocket and go back and forth, yes, behind the line of scrimmage.
I didn't even know you were allowed to move in the pocket, let alone move outside the pocket.
Can we hear it now? Now, I did hear the Bears radio call of this. It was kind of disappointing because they weren't disappointed enough. How about a Bears fan reacting to this Hail Mary?
Second half, when he started swearing, he knew the camera was on him.
All right.
The first half was just sad, babyish crap.
And
then after that, when he started swearing, he's like, "Oh yeah, camera's on me."
What you're missing, and this may speak to what you're talking about. This is the guy's girlfriend is filming this, and the guy actually takes his shirt off, lies down in front of the TV while the celebration is going on, gets up, throws his shirt over his shoulder, and then walks it back into the kitchen.
And if you're a Bears fan, aren't you expecting things like that to happen? There's a certain, if you root for a certain kind of team, you know something bad's going to happen.
Yeah.
You should just be expecting it.
It's going to make it all that much worse when something finally bad happens to this team.
Off out of the gun, hands it to Jahmyr Gibbs. Gibbs there. He goes across 30, go. 35 to 40.
Save this. Save. We don't have enough time because that is the craziest game. I didn't watch it, but I don't have to. Statistically, what happened in that game is absolutely insane.
All right, we'll save it for the other side.
We'll save it for the other.
Side. Lions Titans yesterday is where we'll pick up next.
All right, so we'll be right back. Toucher and Hardy as we continue around the NFL. Hardy, we mentioned there was a game that was very, very odd statistically based on the score yesterday.
Indeed, the Detroit Lions were playing the Tennessee Titans, and statistically, you look at just the box score, and you're looking, wow, Jared Goff didn't have a very good game. He only threw for 85 yards. He was 12 of 15. What could possibly have happened during this game? Well, a lot happened good for the Lions.
Off out of the gun, hands it to Jahmyr Gibbs. There he goes, 32, 35 to the 40.
There you
Turns
go.
the corner to the 50. It's a foot race down the left sideline. Gibbs, 20, 15, 10, 5, end zone. Touchdown, Detroit Lions. Oh, baby, 70 yards. Jahmyr Gibbs found the opening, and they couldn't find him.
He ran 22 miles an hour he hit during that run.
That was a first-round draft pick that was worth it. Remember how shocking it was that the Lions took him in? It was top 10 pick, right?
No, but it was. I think it was right outside the top 10. But they took a middle linebacker later in that first round, I believe. They had 2 first-round picks. Yeah.
Detroit defense forced 4 turnovers yesterday, and when they didn't turn the ball over and actually received a punt,
Takes it at the 10. Makes the first man miss. Second man miss. Gets to the 20, 25-yard line. There's the 30. 35. Cuts left at the 40. There goes Leaf left sideline. To the 40. To the 30. He's gone, baby. He's gone. 10-5. End zone. Touchdown, Khalif Raymond. What a thing of beauty. Leaf takes it back to the house, and 65,000 strong are standing at Ford Field.
Khalif Raymond had 5 punt returns yesterday for 190 yards.
And by the way, he returned a kick 72 yards as well.
That was Khalil Dorsey.
Yeah, dumbass.
Sorry.
That's all right. That's just everybody's getting it done.
Sorry.
And as far
Wrong
as the
kick returner.
as far as the Titans are concerned, they just
the Jake Bates, the young kicker for Detroit, 1 for 1, hit a 51-yard field goal. Almost impossible to imagine.
52.
And not to be outdone, Nick Folk didn't have a chance at a field goal try. I guess because it was 52-14. But for Tennessee, but he was 2 for 2 on extra points. Unheard of. Not in Jake Bates was 7 for 7 on extra points.
I was going to say, don't forget 7 for 7 on extra points, because those aren't automatic, as maybe you didn't know, Fred.
No. I mean, if you watch the Patriots game, you're probably like, wow, people must miss a lot of extra points. No, they were 9 for 9 in this game.
No, you can have some kid who's just started doing it, and he makes all of them.
And you know, the Bates kid from the Lions, let's be honest, huge pedigree. He was kicking for a league I've never heard of in the offseason. For a Detroit franchise, I still don't know the league. Like, I'm not positive what the league was, but the Lions signed him off the street, and then lo and behold, now he is here hitting all these extra points.
Yeah. So, Titans, what are you going to do differently?
And we had a chance to keep the game tight, and we were playing good football. That's how the game gets away from you against a good football team. You give up a punt return for a touchdown, you give up a long kickoff, give the defense another short field, and then you ultimately turn the ball over 4 times. And at some point, we're going to stop doing that, and we'll be able to play a competitive football game.
Well, Brian Callahan, hopefully not before next week.
Jake Bates, by the way, I had to look this up. He kicked for Michigan of the United Football League. That's the Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson league that takes place during the NFL offseason.
UFL, we call it.
Yes, the UFL, the United Football League.
Yeah, so they found
Never
the
watched
kid.
a snap.
I guess he made like a 61-yard field goal in the UFL, so Lions tried him out. They put him on the team, and look, the Lions are the best team in football now.
Apparently, their home games, this team, they played at Ford Field. So they're right in the backyard. Sign them.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't think they got 65,000 for those games.
No, probably not.
Probably just maybe max 58.
All right, Ravens yesterday, they were in Cleveland to take on the struggling Browns. Derrick Henry getting it done early.
Direct snap to Lamar.
In this case, late-ish.
Pitches it to Derrick Henry. Henry to the left. Bangs off a tackler. Touchdown, King Henry. And the Ravens are an extra point away from regaining the lead.
They did regain the lead.
They got the extra point.
Briefly. But Jameis Winston in at quarterback for Cleveland.
1:04 to go, 2nd and 15. Chubb stays in the backfield. Jameis to throw. Jameis is on. Jameis going deep. Has Tillman. End zone. Touchdown, Browns!
Okay. All right.
What?
They're 1-6.
Okay,
All
they're-
right. That's all
They're
right.
2-6.
Well, after yesterday's win, they're 2-6. My point is when he's making that
They're
call.
the same as your New England Patriots and my New York
with the
Jets.
backup quarterback
And you-
in there getting the job done.
and
It's
you
the
didn't-
same as what happened here yesterday.
Did you hear Zolak and Sosi lose their crap like that?
No, but in fairness, I will tell you this: is Zolak's a spaz, and everyone knows it. But Zolak and Sosi are really probably the best in that they are critical of the team when they need to be critical of the team, and that because if you're gonna you got to be a homer, right? If you're gonna do color for any franchise in any sport, you want a homer, especially in a sport with like football or hockey or something like that. You want a homer, but maybe not so much baseball, but in those others you do. But you also, if you're going to be a homer, the only realistic homer, like if someone comes on and they're like, I like the team, golly gee, this is great, is they don't really like the team and they don't really follow the sport. Like when bad things happen, people that are passionate about the team are upset. That's the way it goes. You're just playing like some cheerleader role. If you're someone who just like, everything is great, this is great. I'm a big fan of the team.
That's some of my favorite calls from Zoe as things have gone poorly, as they have this season. Zoe wears his heart on his sleeve and he'll let you know about it right away in the moment while the play is still happening.
And that's why it would be super disingenuous if I came in when I first started here and said, oh, I love all the New England teams. I can't get enough of all the Boston teams, because that would be... Because how would that be possible? How would it be possible unless I didn't follow sports? Like I moved here when I was in my 30s. I mean, your allegiances are built well before that.
Right. It's like I tell people all the time, I can't believe my kids, as their birthright, can be Celtics fans. It bothers me on a molecular level. Sorry, Wallach.
No offense taken.
See, my son can be a fan of any team he wants, except for I'm making him be a Jet fan. Because
I saw the Sauce Gardner uniform he had on yesterday.
I didn't tell him to put it on.
Yeah.
He put it on. I mean, let's put it this way. He wasn't as upset as I was. And I wasn't even really that upset, to be honest with you.
I resigned that it was going to happen. You called it on Thursday.
I wasn't surprised. I didn't
I
didn't think the Jets were going to lose, but I wasn't surprised when the Patriots drove it downfield. I wasn't like, oh.
Really? I was shocked.
I couldn't watch, ask anyone around me, I can't watch Zerline kick. I can literally not watch him kick. It's so frustrating to me to even watch that moron go out there.
We're gonna have Francesa talking about Zerline coming up later in the hour,
you'll
right?
enjoy that.
We'll get that. You'll really have fun with that.
For Jameis Winston, though, 27 of 41 yesterday. Okay, that's all right. But 334 yards, 3 touchdown passes, no picks.
There's a white boy from Detroit that I really admire named Eminem. He said, you only get one shot. Do not miss your chance to blow. This opportunity lasts once in a lifetime. And I know I got a quote,
Well, it's a shame that he's going to not be able to start again, because he's going to get canceled for bringing up Eminem's race, which has never been brought up before.
And this opportunity doesn't last once in a lifetime.
Yeah.
How can something last once? You've got the lyric wrong there.
Jameis Winston's stupid. I mean, he is. But here's the deal, is that the Cleveland's a good team, a legitimate good team, when they have anyone else playing quarterback but Deshaun Watson, as evidenced by Joe Flacco taking them to the playoffs last year. Like, Joe Flacco and Jameis Winston, when they're on this team, this is a team that can hold Baltimore to 24 points. Like, they're a team that should be in the conversation for the playoffs. They just are stuck with a garbage quarterback because it's the worst deal in the history of professional sport, or modern professional sports, certainly, and that's not hyperbole, the Deshaun Watson deal. It's terrible.
Chiefs also played yesterday. They were in Las Vegas to take on the Raiders. The Chiefs, I believe, or Patrick Mahomes, has never lost a game indoors.
Patrick Mahomes' haircut, a haircut that sparked 5 billion high school haircuts.
The broccoli top.
My son is, I don't think it's because of Patrick Mahomes, but it probably all started on TikTok.
Yeah.
But regardless, Patrick Mahomes, every kid at my son's school, including my son, has the same haircut.
So Patrick Mahomes never lost a game indoors. Hasn't lost in Las Vegas, even including the Super Bowl game that was played there.
Mahomes raises the right leg. Pass caught, Newsom! Touchdown! Kansas City!
Did you hear something there?
In a word that is not allowed in any way, shape, or form.
Mahomes raises the right leg. Pass caught, Newsom! Touchdown!
Cuts. He cuts.
Oh. Is that what he said?
I would, on the safe side, I'd fire him.
Kansas City on a quick slant. Patrick Mahomes to Travis Kelce for the 52nd time. That is third in National Football League history.
I just want to say, Travis Kelce has been so bad all year. I think Nance had the game. Nance was going on and on about what a fantastic game Travis Kelce had. He was just amazing, beyond belief good. And let's take a look at Kelce's final numbers. Travis Kelce yesterday was, let's see.
90 yards.
10 catches for 90 yards and a touchdown. Last year, that would have been an off day for him.
Yeah, he's got 335 yards receiving, which is good because I have the under of 800, 800 and some odd yards, 890 maybe, which I don't think that he's going to hit this season.
No.
I don't think there's a chance. All right, well, there you go.
Finally, the Dolphins lost to the Cardinals yesterday, 28-27. Everyone wanted to know how Tua was going to be, how he was going to feel.
I would say I felt like myself. Like I said, I've been preparing for 5 weeks as if I were to play while I was on IR. So, that's what it was. So it felt normal coming out there.
Okay.
But again, the loss for the Dolphins yesterday puts them at 2-5 on the season. Cardinals, surprising 4-4 with the win in Miami.
So a lot of people thought the Cardinals might be okay this year.
I didn't think so.
Yeah, I didn't expect anything from them, but they are. I think they're right around where people assumed that they would be. All right,
maybe not all that surprising then.
Well, it was not so much a shot at you as it was that. Look, the AFC's got a lot of powerhouses. The AFC East, especially with Miami, New England, and the Jets. Buffalo's got. Buffalo better hang on tight if they're going to keep that supremacy. I mean, that's not going to be an easy division for them just because they got an early lead. We're still a lot of season left. These three teams are nipping at their heels.
What's the over-under on how many games the Bills win that division by? 5? 6?
Oh, let's see. If they are up now, everyone's 2-5. They're 6-2.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say they win the division by 6-7 games.
Yeah.
Easily. But I mean, they might just say Josh Allen take the second half of the season off.
Yeah.
Cruise on in with the division. All right, we'll be back. We'll talk more about the Patriots, your calls, plus Mike Francesa talking about Greg Zuerlein, the great Greg Zuerlein, who you can't really do this exercise, but if Zuerlein did make his kicks, and he made them all, the Jets would be 5-2. They don't deserve to be, but they would be if Greg Zuerlein made his kicks.
That's disgusting.
No. All right.
That's gross.
We'll be back in just a moment.
Sports Hub headline.
Little dumbass.
The Sports Hub.
Rodgers stands in. He's pressured. He's wrapped up, and he's sacked by Christian Ellis.
There you go.
Late break for the linebacker on a blitz, and the Patriots drop Rodgers back outside the 25.
You know, you kind of struggle in coverage, letting the tight end up the seam, but you make up for it on a blitz.
Hey, we're Toucher and Hardy, 617-779-0985. We're brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. The Patriots, say what you will, but that's a big win for them yesterday. Why? Well, three reasons. The least important is that it was against your hated Jets, who you're just basically bullies to. I don't know why you hate a team so much that never does anything to you. And second of all, I mean, you took their coach from him, and he coached here for 20 years, and now he's the Benedict Arnold stabbing them all in the back. But then also, seriously, after the week of Gerard Mayo is in over his head and he can't coach, and while that all might be true eventually, you know, coming out and winning that game, you're a touch, regardless of who you're playing, you're a touchdown dog at home. You needed to drive the length of the field to win that game, and you did it. And you ran it in from the 1 on 4th down, and you were able to do it. And so that's a gritty win. It's not a soft win. I mean, the mistakes that you made were at positions where you know you suck, like receiver. The offensive line held its own. I mean, it was, and when there was pressure, your quarterbacks were able to escape the pocket and pick up big gains. And the third reason is when Drake May was on the field, he was the best player on either team. When Drake May, him and Williams, but those were the two best players on the field. And Drake May looks like a star. He was making throws on the run. Obviously, he's fast, but his athleticism is off the charts. He's going to be good. I mean, he's going to be good. He's not a bust. He's not. He's not a bust. Unless, you know, he goes on a crack binge in the offseason, but based on everything you've seen, he looks pretty damn good.
Even that one where he rolled out to his right and threw it on the money to Tyquan Thornton, who dropped it up the sideline. I mean, he had to escape pressure and was not hurried in any way, shape, or form, and made a great play. He just needs wide receivers that can actually catch for him to realize his full potential.
I went to the by the way, just this is very quick off the topic, but I went to the BC game on Friday with some friends. You still think that kid's got a good arm?
No, I didn't say he had a great arm. I said he can throw it deep. He just doesn't know where it's going, if you remember. That's exactly what I said.
No, we had a big argument about the strength of his arm, and I said his arm strength is terrible. And you went, no. He's got a good arm. No. They heard it too.
Good arm, but not accurate is what I said.
His arm is atrocious. He's got a bad high school arm. Like, he can't get the ball anywhere, that kid.
Anyway, you were at BC.
No, that was the point.
Oh, you brought that up just to tell everyone that I was wrong. Okay.
No, but
I thought you brought it up to point out the fact that you invited both John and me to attend the game with you, and I believe Adam 12.
I got an invite to you.
Whoever else was here, and we all declined.
I invited everyone here. I invited Adam.
Yep.
John.
Yep.
Hardy.
Yep.
Kendra.
Yep.
And I did not invite Nicholas because he has a baby.
So, did anyone wind up taking that last ticket?
Well, first of all, it wasn't my ticket, but it was my ticket. I got a text during the show. This guy bailed out. Does anyone want to go? Yeah, there was 6 of us, so I assume someone took the ticket.
Hey, so yet another great BC collapse.
I didn't see the end of it.
Good for you.
I can't stand those games. They take so long. Everything takes forever. Everything takes forever. All right, so if we're watching the game yesterday, it shouldn't really even matter, but Zerline, the Jets kicker, is absolutely atrocious. He missed the extra point. He missed a field goal. Here is Mike Francesa, the great Mike Francesa, who Mad Dog is so lost without. By the way, Mad Dog is more popular than he's ever been nationally his entire life. He's doing stuff on ESPN, the Major League Baseball Network. He's really treading water and flopping around without that anchor of Francesa on him. Here is Mike Francesa yesterday on whatever can with the 2 cans with a string between it.
Is
He's
this,
broadcasting
is this a
from.
podcast?
I don't know, John, but
Okay.
a podcast now is just talking to a computer.
All right.
And they legit cannot be monetized.
Can it be found on that app that was so popular when he had it?
No, I don't think that.
That's
I
not there
can't
anymore?
imagine. I can't imagine that.
That
stayed
Mike's on
solvent.
app that everyone wrote to pay $10.99 for?
Yeah, I can't imagine that stayed solvent. I can't think that he has his own app on a phone anymore. But here is Mike Francesa.
From the, get the title right, the Mike Francesa podcast.
Oh, thank God. All right, good.
Which I'm sure is I'm sure he's. I mean, he doesn't even have to dip into the retirement funds. He's making that much money.
Ryan tells me he's sponsored by Casamigos Tequila, so he's got the revenue coming in.
Oh, that.
He got the big Bet Rivers sign behind him, too. So.
I didn't doubt there's revenue coming in. I'm doubting the amount of revenue coming in to stay.
Yes.
I have a feeling that this would not be his choice of business had he not had made millions and millions and millions of dollars in the past.
I'll give him credit for one thing. 22 minutes. This podcast.
All right, you can deal with that almost.
I will give him a little tip of the cap.
All right, that's fine.
Smart. Don't give
and he's not interviewing anyone, which I will also give him because, by the way, if you're the long form interview, if that's not the way to do it anymore. All right, here we go.
Bill Parcells used to say to me, Mike.
Oh my God. He used to go, Mike, please just get on the staff. If you don't know, Francesa really walks around saying that Parcells wanted him to join the staff, but there wasn't enough money there.
Correct.
Bill Parcells used to say to me, my kicker doesn't kick 80% of his field goals. He's somebody else's kicker. Zuerlein has to be somebody else's kicker or nobody's kicker. Get rid of him. How many games can he lose in 1 year? Extra points, field goals. I mean, how many can they? And then how can they not get a play in on the whole time they're coming down the field? You know if you score, you need a 2-point play. You're going to be up 5.
Well, Mike, what happened is, and I share your frustration, but after the game, Aaron Rodgers said that he deliberately let the clock run out because he didn't like the play that was called, and he thought it'd be best to let the play run out, go from the 2 to the 7, because you know why? Why would you need a pesky run? You don't need that option. Just line 5 wide and just let Rodgers dance, because Lord knows if he doesn't get a full 8 seconds back there with the ball in his hand, he can't process everything that's going on. I mean, he's playing chess, 3D chess.
And you get a delay of game. How is that possible? What are you guys doing on the sideline?
It wasn't the sidelines, my friend. That was all Aaron Rodgers, and he took credit for it, too. I'm not making light of it, but I don't think Aaron Rodgers is the guy he was mentally when he first started playing football. I will say that, and I don't mean it to be cruel. His decision making is not that of where he was, because you can understand if you break down physically a little bit, you can understand like the not being able to like run around a lot, but his decision making is really bad, really, really bad, bad to the point of letting a clock run out, the play clock run out on a 2-point conversion. When you needed 2 points, like where you absolutely where going for 1 was not an option, that run the play. Like, I don't like what the defense was doing. Well, you have an well, then just be better than the defense on that play. What could they have been doing that would have made it so impossible? And by the way, if you don't know, they give Aaron Rodgers 3 plays apparently, and he picks the one he wants.
Well, there's a lot of stuff going on.
You can't objectively say this is the reason why. There's a lot of, we had some substitution stuff at times. We were late breaking the huddle. Sometimes after a big play, that can be a slow operation. We have shifts and motions.
Shifts and motions.
Yeah. Then you get everyone up to the line. Drake May got everyone up to the line. Drake May didn't have the play clock expire on him.
Plays after some of those, we trying to get lined up, trying to get the play off, trying to get the right perfect call. So there's a lot to look at.
Everything the Jets touches turns to garbage. Complete and utter garbage. I never thought they could top some of the stuff they've done in the past. But you know what? Today was as low could possibly be.
He's not wrong. I mean, it was about as low as it gets. You lost your rival, 7-point favorite, and you let Jacoby Brissett with a collection of receivers that love letting balls hit their hands and drop or chest and drop, and you let them go down the field, pick up big chunk plays on third downs.
Don't forget the corners and safeties. They like to do that too.
Yeah, that's right.
Balls thrown right to them.
Right.
Yeah. They tried to, and then there was the pass interference call that was on against Devontae Adams, where that probably wasn't pass interference, and so on and so forth. You got a bunch of breaks in the game. Because, by the way, if the New England has decent receivers, that game's a blowout. Or not a blowout, it's a 2-touchdown game.
Agreed.
So, I mean, you got bailed out a ton of times by how inept the New England receivers were.
And you made a good point earlier by saying the Jets were fully healthy in the secondary. Cornerback, anyway. I mean, Sauce Gardner is supposed to be an all-world cornerback, and he gave up the biggest play of the game.
Yeah, and to a kid that, is a marginal
NFL
practice squad player.
Yeah.
Who dropped a couple balls earlier in the game.
Yep.
So, I mean, in Booty, Booty, however the hell you're supposed to pronounce it. But listen, as wins go, that's a big one for New England. That's a great one. Now I think we all agree Mayo's not getting fired this year.
I didn't think he was going to get fired.
I didn't say, neither did I. But 2 wins, anything above this is gravy. Like, you get 2 wins, that's enough. Like, they should beat the Titans. I think that's a toss-up game. Where is that? That's
in Tennessee.
So maybe you lose that game, but maybe you beat the Titans.
Tennessee's favored by 3. By the way, the Jets are favored by 1 this Thursday night somehow.
Against Houston?
Yes. I don't know how. I'm looking at ESPN. I don't know who's making these lines.
Guess what game I'm not watching one play of?
Jets by 1. Jets -1, over/under 42.5. I don't understand either of those two numbers.
I'm taking Ambien at 7:30 at night and going to sleep.
Oh, right on.
Yeah, I'm going to take an Ambien and going to sleep at 7:30 at night.
Yeah.
And then I'll wait. And then when I wake up, I'll let you guys tell me what happened.
I'm going to go
game.
over to your house and make sure your phone is on and your Instagram is open.
Oh, good.
I will tell you this: what will not be part of the recipe, and I can assure you that what the Ambien Fred won't happen again is the lots and lots of alcohol will not be part of the cocktail. Oh. When one takes Ambien as directed, it does not have the same effect as when one takes it when they're loaded on alcohol.
I have the Jets as 1.5-point home dogs.
Somehow,
home dogs on FanDuel.
Okay.
All right. Well, whatever. It doesn't really matter, does it? 1.5 dogs is a surprising line too.
Should be more.
I would think at least 3.
Yeah.
I think a touchdown. I mean, but maybe they just feel New York is a big city. There's a lot of people gambling.
Somehow Houston, who comes from a very small city, would be intimidated by that?
No, this gets to the whole point of the line having nothing to do with who's going to win by how much. It's about getting equal action on both sides of the bet.
Yeah, but I mean, they're not in the business of making lines that
No, they can't
that experienced gamblers are going to throw a bunch of money on, and it's going to screw everything up.
They can't be crazy, but there's enough crazy Jets fans that are going to bet the Jets.
Well, I'm not even watching the game. I assure you that. I'd rather watch, especially if there's an episode where Steve Urkel on Family Members transforms into something. All right, when we come back, Bob Sosi transformed into a excellent host. For me, my friend, and my son and his friend.
Oh,
as we
the
went
booth
into
visit.
When we went into the booth.
How was Steve? Security guard Steve.
Steve said, "I'm not Scott. Go ask Scott."
Or Scott, excuse me. Yeah, I screwed up. I meant Scott.
That's a everyday guy with a real job.
I know Scotty.
Too late to save it now with putting an E at the end.
That's fine.
But no, Scott was great.
Scotty 2 times. He always says, "Hey." We call him Scotty 2 times.
Of course, Scotty. I know.
I went
the Cavendish stand.
Do you even care?
What?
I went up to the first guy. You go, "Hey,
No,
Scott.
no.
I'm Fred Toucher. I work at the radio at 98.5 The Sports Hub." And then he went, "No, I'm not Scott. Go ask Scott because I'm not going to let you in. I can't let you in." Or he didn't say I can't let you in. He goes, "Go ask Scott." And then the guy I'm with goes, "Oh, yeah, name dropping. Name dropping, dumbass." What an insult. My friend telling me that. Yeah, I'm telling him I work at the radio station, stupid.
Because I want to go into the radio booth.
Yeah, like, what am I supposed to say? Hi, I'm a fan. I don't want to divulge who I am. But
is this the same idiot who doesn't know how to drive?
That's unfair. But because that was not his fault. I
don't like this guy.
Yeah, right. I just thought that was like the dumbest thing to insult me on. Like, I'm dropping my name. Yeah, to get in to the station's booth. Anyway, Scott was great. He let me write it. Not Scott Zolak, who was great too. But we'll talk to Bobby Sos. He was not, but Bob Sosi was.
What?
Bob Sosi was having a feast.
Really?
Including quiche. I always think I'm bothering him. I don't know if he's shy or if I'm bothering him. It's not like natural with him.
I don't know if I ever saw him eating that booth. That's crazy.
He was eating steak and quiche.
Come on.
Swear to God. All right, we'll be right back.
Garbage.
You're listening to Toucher and Hardy.
5:30.
Boston, the greatest sports town in America.
We have a farm. I have about 200 pigs here.
We get to spill beers on each other without worry about spilling beers on people.
Boston's home for sports. 98.5, the Sports Hub. We're back with Toucher and Hardy on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
The shotgun snap is low. May has it. He's in the pocket. He's pressured. He's going to run to the right. May to the outside 15. May to the 10. May to the 5. May to the end zone. In for a Patriots touchdown.
Your quarterback on his second drive of the game.
Receivers are stacked to the left. Booty along with Bourne. 2 tight ends to the right. Cooper inside of Henry. 2nd and 10 snap to May. Got back. There's pressure. Run straight ahead. Trick. Still on his feet past the 30. Across the 35. Feet first line. He split a pair of defenders. Both hands on the football like a fullback. And then he runs it with a slide to the 38-yard line. Kick spiraling toward Jones. He runs to the right side of the 20. He's got an opening right side 45. A cut left pass out to the 40. On his feet to the 30. Heading tackle inside the 26. Smith is in the backfield, lined up as a fullback. Stevenson, the tailback. Henry motions left to right. Brissett hands it to Ramadre. He runs it into the right side. He plows his way to the end zone. And the lead. Touchdown, Patriots.
Aaron Robertson in disbelief.
And the clock is counting down to 3 and 2. New York's not going to have enough time to snap it again. It's over. The Patriots win it.
The team needed that badly. That's a big one right there.
Hey, we're Toucher and Hardy, brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. You can watch us on YouTube. Search 98.5 The Sports Hub. And I'm with Scott. I do think that was a big win, given the controversial week that Gerard Mayo had in the way they won the game. And people say, like, it does. And even if they hadn't won the game, even if they hadn't gotten it in from the one, it still would have been a vote of confidence for Mayo because the team tried, but it makes it better that they won, no question. Bob Sosi is the voice of the New England Patriots. He joins us on the Volkswagen Dealers Expert Hotline. Bob, who does have this on him, he has a Ziploc bag full of it. His hot takes are powered by Bigelow Tea. If you want to know what keeps Bob's voice in peak condition, it's his hot cup of Bigelow Tea, hot takes and hot tea. Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Hi, Bob.
Good morning, Fred. Great to see you yesterday, and to see Milo as well. And Hardy, good morning to you, and good morning to John.
Yes, indeed. Everyone, do people bother you? Is that a bother to you when people are talking to you before the game?
No, I think by that time, half hour before kickoff or whatever it was when you guys were in there, most of the prep work has been done. And it's actually, I love having people come in who appreciate the opportunity to see what we see. It is a great seat, best seat in the house, one of the best booths in the NFL for sure. And, particularly you were in with somebody who worked in the business at one point in sports media relations. So, for him to come in and ask me questions about what we do and enjoy that.
I didn't even know he was in that. I didn't even. See, I think I'm bothering you when I'm in there, so I keep my distance.
I don't know if you heard him earlier, but yeah, this was the discussion before you came on, Bob.
Yeah, I think that I'm bothering you, so I keep my distance. I stay in the back.
Well, I appreciate that. You understand the business. I mean, it's like if I were going to go into your studio, I would try to stay in back and be respectful of the job you guys have to do. Now, there are some people that don't necessarily understand that when they come in, especially maybe at halftime where they might have imbibed a little bit in the first half. We had one guest years ago who forced us to put a line of demarcation, a no crossing line with duct tape. And I think Joe might have even used a Sharpie. Well, somebody in the booth used a Sharpie.
Oh, no, I don't. It probably was.
I remember don't go past this line. So most people are really respectful.
Well, your spotter in your right hand man during those, I can't imagine him going out of his way.
Well, it's a very stressful time for him in the next 10 days.
That's a good point.
Yeah,
he's holding his breath. Yeah,
just got to be on eggshells around that guy.
I have a feeling he's going to be pretty happy with how everything turns out. Yeah, all right. Well, Bob, that being said, I agree with what we played in that highlight of Zoe saying that was a big win with the controversy. And we talked before the game, and I'm like, what do you think is going to happen? And you're like, I think you like the Jets, and I'm like, yeah. But, and the way I said New England could win isn't even the way they won. The Jets just are terrible. But given the week that Mayo had, that's a pretty nice win to get.
Yeah, it is. And I would agree with you, too, in that even had the Patriots not won the game, let's say they don't get in on that fourth down run, just the competitiveness that they showed. And I even thought early on, and Zoe commented on this on the first couple of drives for the Patriots, the way they tried to run the ball, to try to be physical, at least they came out and it seemed like they were trying to answer the call of their head coach and prove their mettle. And it is a big win for this team. I think it's a big win for this staff and this program right now, for Mayo to get affirmation with the performance by his team, and just as importantly, to try to put behind him and for them to try to put behind them what was, as you phrased it, a controversial week at Gillette with some self-created distractions, but distractions nonetheless. And now they have an opportunity to go to Nashville, and look, the Titans are coming off of a hammering at the hands of Detroit. I just read a note that every team that has played the Lions this year has lost the following week. So that bodes well for the Pats going into Nashville. But by no means is it a given. But nonetheless, at least they have this opportunity now to build on what they did yesterday. That's the kind of effort they need the rest of the year. That shows they're making progress to me. That's the kind of direction they want to be headed in.
Yeah, I think it probably has a good positive vibe for the locker room this week. And I don't know if that's a direct result of, the win yesterday, or maybe just the response to what Mayo had said. And maybe they didn't need all that much of a response, Bob, because we talked about it a lot last week. I don't know that the players took it as seriously as everyone else did. And the way, it was being talked about in the media about whether or not he was calling everybody soft or just a specific position group, I think most of the players in the locker room took it okay, and they seem to be taking it okay yesterday. And of course, that's after a win. But I think it's twofold. You get the win yesterday, and maybe you prove a little something to yourself and to your coach, like, no, there's no softness here, and we really didn't take it all that seriously to begin with.
Well, I think as we talked last week, the veterans, I think, didn't take it seriously. They took it to heart, though, and they believed that their head coach sent a message they needed to hear.
Better way of saying it, yeah.
Yeah. But I do think that there were probably some players in that locker room who, didn't like hearing what the head coach had to say. And we talked about it on the appearance late last week. And usually those are the people who are really being called out. And, to win that game yesterday, to have that affirmation with the performance, and now you have maybe some of those seeds of doubt in the minds of some of the younger players and maybe some of the transient players who haven't fully bought in or potentially might not fully buy in. Perhaps some of those seeds have been removed now, and that, more people get on board, or all people get on board going forward. And I thought it was interesting too. You had Jalen Polk, the young receiver, out because of the head injury. Hopefully this absence for him, not that you wish an injury on anyone, especially of a concussion related injury, but for him now to have the week off and whenever he comes back, maybe to have a fresh start for himself. I thought, for the Patriots yesterday, to come through with that win and maybe have some humbling lessons for some guys too, because some of those receivers didn't play particularly well. There were a lot of drops in that game, but then Booty had a chance to redeem himself late, and he comes up with those 2 catches on the game-winning drive to put them in position to win it on the run by Stevenson. And I think that's got to be a positive for him going forward.
Well, I'll tell you, those receivers got a lot of balls to say anything anymore. I mean, if those say what you will about, Zerline or whatever the Jets did to lose the game, if the Patriots can catch the ball, that's a 2-touchdown game. It's not that close. I'll tell you that. They don't need a touchdown on 4th and 1 if their receivers can hang onto the ball. So, if out of all positional groups on that team, including the offensive line, the receivers have no basis. I'd want to be known as a model teammate if I'm them, because you're not putting any tape up there that you're any good. You understand?
That's right. I think I think you're right about that. And then going forward now, you hope you get that engagement from them and the disengagement from social media, not to reintroduce that topic, but I think it's important, now going forward that everybody is on the same page and of the same mind. And we're probably going to see some moves coming up with the deadline around the corner. And so there's going to be continual changes in that locker room. I think it's important, too. It can't be overstated. They had at least some continuity on the offensive line the first time in 8 games. They were able to start an offensive line combination we've seen start a game before. And I thought they've played pretty well comparatively the last few weeks, but yesterday was a good game. And I thought even some of the pressure on Jacoby Brissett in that game, one of the sacks in particular, was really the result of maybe the ball being held on too long, good coverage by the Jets, and less so the offensive line.
How do you think they responded? Well, let me rephrase before I actually ask the question. It seems to me that yesterday was the first time that the Patriots responded to adversity well. They were resilient for the first time all season. The game in Cincinnati, they were ahead and had to hang on, but every time another team has punched them in the mouth, they've kind of wilted and lost, and they were down and actually responded at the end of the game for the first time.
Yeah, John, I think that's a great point, and one that Gerard Mayo was asked about and repeatedly touched on in his post-game remarks, and I think it's absolutely important for the team. I think it was obviously a great personal moment, as we heard coming out of break, for Jacoby Brissett himself to show resilience. I think Drake May has shown resilience early on, just the way he's bounced back from some big hits in his handful of appearances for the Patriots, including that first game against the Jets in the late mop-up duty. But I think for the team collectively to face that adversity, and they faced it a couple of different times in that game, whether it was even on the first drive for the Jets. And now they missed a holding call defensively early on that drive, but then I thought it was kind of a ticky-tack pass interference call, maybe a makeup call later on that drive, and they give up a score. Now, the Jets missed the extra point as their line struggles continue, but there were other times in that game where I thought, that could have been a moment where they said, hey, here we go again. May gets hurt. They go to halftime. They're being booed. And Joe and I completely understood and felt the frustration of the fans in that moment. Yet they came out in the third quarter and they get the stop on the Jets to begin the second half and prevent a 2-score lead for New York. And then they come back themselves. The Jets come back and they answered again. So I think that was really important for them to show that kind of resilience. And it said something about their character overall as a football team.
What do you think going forward with Drake May, Jacoby Brissett? Is it, I guess, encouraging that he didn't leave the field immediately after that hit, and what he said to Gerard Mayo at halftime give you some hope that he won't be out and miss too much time? Well,
Hardy, I mean, the last thing I would ever do is try to speculate about an injury, especially one of that nature. I guess if you want to read into potentially positive or negative signs, it's certainly encouraging that he said those words to Gerard Mayo. I mean, who knows? I do think that, as soon as he's ready to go and he gets the clearance and he's able to pass all of the various beyond the baseline and the various tests that he has to do to get out of protocol. I mean, he's the starting quarterback going forward, and he's going to be for this team for the rest of the year as long as he's healthy enough to play. And in Brissett, maybe that's the role that's ultimately, best suited for Jacoby. Spot starter, guy who comes on in relief as a backup quarterback in a moment like that.
Yeah.
No, but you saw the hit, Bob. Go ahead. Yeah. Tell me, what grade concussion do you think he has, and tell me what he should be doing over the next couple of days. Go ahead.
Well, Hardy, I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go to Twitter. I'm gonna log on to Twitter right now.
That's what I did. That's what I did.
How else are you supposed to figure it out? I think that's the place where really we ought to have this dialogue.
Well, they hit a home run with the knee injury that May had. I mean, the doctor and I like that writers retweet these guys. Would you go to a doctor that made business of going on Twitter and looking at a replay of an injury and going, oh, that's what's wrong? I don't even have to get in there. I just can tell you from just looking at it, like all great orthopedists. I just need to just take one look at it. Oh, he's dead. Did you check for pulse? Nah. I mean, he's laying there pretty still.
Looks dead to me.
Looks dead to me. I mean, let's bury him and see listen, he ain't coming out 6 feet. Let's put it that way. And if we cremate him, I mean, it is what it is. All right. Well, listen, Bob, thank you for being so gracious as we came into your booth. I'm glad you heard the tales of media marketing and things of that nature that were going on that I was unaware of. But nonetheless, I'm sure
What a treat for you.
I'm sure you learned a lot. All right. But I appreciate you doing that. And don't worry, it probably will never happen again because why would I ever go watch the Jets play anywhere else? All right. Thank you, Bob. I appreciate the time. We all appreciate the time. Thank you.
Guys, I appreciate your time as well. Thanks.
All right. There you go. The great Bob Sosi, who was having steak and quiche.
So when I thought you went in at halftime.
Oh, no.
This makes total sense now because before the game, I was never in there that long before a game.
No, he went up, though, to the media area to get, like, the good food. He didn't eat the sandwich plates that were out in front of the thing.
Oh.
I was just curious because he had steak, and I was like, oh, yeah, where'd you get that? And he was like...
steak tips?
I don't know. It was some kind of... Maybe. I would have guessed. But I'll tell you this. In the 98.5 The Sports Hub, Brian Schneekloff got us up there. I'll tell you this. Dom's steak tips... It's the greatest contribution that Joe Murray has given.
Oh, yeah. They're spectacular.
That is good eating them Dom steak tips.
And here I was making fun of him because, he met Dom on the phone during one of my shows.
Yep.
And when I say mine, because I'm not sure either of you two were here at the time, but Dom called in. Joe goes, I'll take this off the air. Went into the other room, spent a good 15, 20 minutes on air.
I was here.
Or off air, just
I was
jawing.
here.
Oh, you
were
here?
without him for a while.
Yeah,
yes.
he was just jawing away.
Here.
He was just. That's why I said I don't know if you were here because he was filling in. So like he was just jawing away with Dom. Gets him signed up at the station. Now I'm eating Dom's steak tips. It's like a whole situation.
Yep. The cookies that they serve at Gillette, too, they come from Montilios. And I've been into a couple of different Montilios looking for this same cookie. I think they might just make them this way for Gillette Stadium.
Really?
There is a toffee and chocolate version. Then there's the oatmeal raisin. Wow. And then there's an oatmeal like white chocolate or macadamia nut. I used to put away 2 every home game day. And that's probably 2 more than you should eat in a week. But I would have 2 every Sunday. And I haven't had one this year.
The big ones, like those big-ass ones?
They're probably the size of like a side plate. Yeah.
Oh, you had to. That's a bold undertaking,
that's
too.
pretty good.
And it's not even about, like, getting fat. Who cares? You're a guy. But the thing is that just the idea of that, after one, you would be like, I need more of that.
Because you're there all frickin' day.
No, I
so
get it.
I would have one with the media meal, like right before kickoff. Say it was a 1:00 game. We get done with the pregame. I'd be up there by 12:50. I would eat. I'd go down to the booth and watch. And then by the end of the game, I'm like, okay, it's 3 hours later. I need a little snack before I go do the post game. I'll just grab another cookie.
I find it interesting that you thought that I went into the booth during halftime as if I was going to go in there and go, hi, fellas. Like I wasn't. I wouldn't do that.
No, that's a pretty common time for a booth visit, halftime.
No, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't want to bother him.
Wow.
So it's good to know. So if you're going to see Bob don't want to be bothered. I had the right instinct. Good for Fred. Fred, you're so antisocial. You don't talk to anyone. I know when a man doesn't want to be bothered. And I stay out of the way. You got that right. All right, we'll be back in just a moment.
Good for you.
Thanks, buddy.
Touch your... In your footy pajamas, this is how Boston sports fans start their day.
I bet you're just jealous.
Toucher and Hardy on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
You know, I got an idea for a bit. The email bit. We should do the email bit. It's a great idea. Let's do the email bit.
All right, I'm going to get to Pat in a second because Pat's been on hold for a very long time. They're still talking that S-Tour featuring Dave Chappelle and Killer Mike with the mighty Midnight Revival is coming to MGM Music Hall at Fenway on Wednesday, November 20th. Visit Ticketmaster.com for tickets. That's a Dom DeLuise of me. Tickets and details. You can email JON at 985thesportshub.com. You can email Hardy at 985thesportshub.com. You can email Toucher at 985thesportshub.com. Follow our show accounts if you so choose at Toucher and Hardy on Twitter and Toucher and Hardy on Instagram, where Nick makes these beautiful videos that that we all love. And you can follow me at Fred Toucher as I steadily climb the ranks of influencers, and Hardy at Hardy985. John, he doesn't put anything out there, so who cares? You don't put anything on Instagram.
Not really. I retweet the show stuff.
Oh, that's good. Well,
you never do like an original post?
No, I haven't. Not on Instagram, no.
You got to build the brand, man.
How long have you had it?
Oh, God, years.
And you've never posted anything?
Nothing other than show-related stuff, no.
He can only hear out of one ear. Pat, go ahead.
You don't need a Twitter account, Wallach. You know, you're a rock star with the broadcasting at Bryant.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Toucher.
Yeah.
Don't watch your Jets. On Thursday night, you know what you need to do? You need to watch Urban Cowboy. It's in my rotation of one of my top 10 movies.
Preach.
Travolta, Winger, in their primes.
Nice.
Great story, great one-liners, great soundtrack.
Yeah.
Now, you don't like it, ironically, you like it as it stands as like an actual film to be enjoyed on the way it was intended.
100%. It's a great movie.
Yeah. All right. No, I'm just asking. I've never seen it, so I can't make a judgment.
Oh, you're missing out, man. It's a powerhouse movie.
Let's not forget the contributions of Scott Glenn as Wes Hightower. Spoiler alert, bit of a bad guy. But
I don't like that.
No, he's wonderful.
Freddie Keith. You know Boss Skaggs, that band?
Yeah.
Great song in the soundtrack. Hey,
well, that's just redundant.
Hardy.
Yeah.
Hardy, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
When he goes to that apartment with the girlfriend.
All right, we cannot get in the weeds with Urban Cowboy.
Everyone else has seen the film. Get him back on the Nicholas, drive to that man's home.
Plus, he's spoiling it. Does he want me to watch it or not? If he's just going to give me a play-by-play of what happens in the movie.
He's not. He's going to ask about the apartment.
Then call back after I've watched it so we can all enjoy it.
Are you going to watch it?
Is it streaming?
Of course it is.
Yeah. It's not hard to find.
Well, I will. Listen, I need to get the Criterion version of it in order to fully enjoy it. And maybe I'll rent a small theater that I can play it in and get surround sound.
Because I have thoughts about that apartment too, but I don't know what his were because you hung up on him mid-sentence.
Well, he can always email you, Hardy at 985thesportshub.com.
I've got one right here, Randy in Mansfield. Need some input on 2 topics.
Oh, that's like a Craigslist ad I've responded to. Hey-o.
Hardy, this time of year, a lot of lawn yard cleanup. What time on a weekend is acceptable to fire up a lawnmower or leaf blower so as not to be an annoying neighbor? Mind you, I usually get woken up around 6 by any combination of the surrounding dogs. I thought I was in the clear 2 weekends ago when I started at 11 a.m., and I heard it from one of my neighbors later in the day.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, and I said, you know what? I wanted to start at 10, and Marcy stopped me. She said, you know, it's 10 o'clock. So I waited till 11.
Oh, I got guys in my neighborhood who fire their stuff up at 8:30.
Oh, that's
9 o'clock.
That I'm sure you guys still get up relatively early, although you sleep in on the weekend.
No, I'm up. He's not.
I got up at 10:30 on Saturday.
Oh, that's crazy. I couldn't do it.
And I was out partying.
You said the other day I played 9 after work at a local muni. There was a greenskeeper ahead of me aerating the greens with a manual gas-powered machine. Should I have just said thank you for doing a great job, or could I politely ask him if I can give it a go with that aerator? That's
How could it
Randy
be
in Mansfield.
manual and gas powered?
Well, I imagine it's like a walk behind. It wasn't a ride-on aerator. He was doing the green, so it was a walk behind aerator.
Yeah, but that's a misuse of manual.
I would agree with that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
If aided by mechanics, I think that it's like or some kind of electricity. It's not a manual.
I would say if it's a greenkeeper or a super that you've spoken to before, perfectly acceptable to ask to take a few swipes with it. Just give me a pass, 2 passes back and forth on the green. Yeah, that's okay.
Have you ever sat and really talked to the guy who takes care of the grass at a club?
Oh yeah.
I mean, I'm sure you've done it for work, obviously, because.
Oh, I've done it.
But you've on your own time.
Well, I worked at a golf course too, so I mean, we spent a lot of time with the super.
As like a hobby, or did you work there as a kid?
No, I got paid.
Oh,
okay. All right. I don't know if you like interned as an adult.
That's the upset.
No.
Then I get paid for it.
Yeah.
Started as a card kid, just scrubbing them things down, getting them gassed up for the next day, and worked my way up to the pro shop and a starter. Stood out there on the tip. You want to talk about a dream job for me? I got to stand out on the first tee with a clipboard.
How sad was it to judge the loneliness of people by the amount of time they wanted to spend talking to you?
Oh no, we had nice visits. There was no loneliness or sadness at all. It's on a golf course. Everybody's in a good mood.
I just think that the pro shop there's seems to be like a correlation between like wanting to hang out and having something else to do.
I am that guy already.
Yeah, you hang out in the clubhouse, I'd imagine.
I used to go over to the Golfsmith in Watertown, and I said to Steve, whom I've become friends with since, he was the general manager there, I said, yeah, you have guys who just come in here, regularly and don't buy anything.
Other than me.
And he
John
said,
just blew the punchline.
And he said,
I saw it go.
Yeah, you. I said, no. It's because I, work across the street there. And he goes, you don't buy anything. You just come in here and talk and look at stuff. And now I've taken that habit over to Golfer's Warehouse in Braintree, where oftentimes I'll just go in and, it's Mike work. Hey, what's up, Mike? I'm going, yeah, I'm looking at this, mini driver from TaylorMade. You want to take in the sim? Yeah, I'll take it over there in the bay. Take a look at it.
And then
spend 45 minutes and then go home.
And then you never feel guilty about not giving. Do they work on commission?
Well, we don't talk money, Fred. That would be coarse.
Because that would be like just going like, oh, I'm friends with this waitress. I'm just going to sit at a table for 6 hours and not order anything. Well, I work on tips. Oh, well, here's a solid 5 ski.
I generally will go on a weekday after work when it's not busy. I try and get there around noon on a, Monday or a Wednesday. I don't go at peak. I don't do that to him on a Saturday. I mean, I have, but I try not to.
Yeah, you try. I mean, if the urge comes.
Yeah.
All right. Yes, John, you have something.
Hey, guys, if you didn't know, the ultimate funny guy, Jimmy Fallon, has a Christmas album out. And, Fred, what better way to celebrate our Lord and Savior than having Fallon and Weird Al sing a New Year's Eve polka song? Check it out. You won't want to kill yourself.
You know what's fun is that if Weird Al's going to do a Christmas polka song, I mean, how would he do it without Fallon? Fallon really needs to be on that thing. Considering that's what Weird Al has done for a living for the last 45, 50 years, as John could tell you, as
it has been that long.
A completist.
1980. Oh, yeah.
And what's funny is, remember when Weird Al was getting that reinvention because they were putting out that movie, that streaming movie, which I guess is good, but it's on some streaming service. I don't know how you even get a Tubi or something, but they went back and they revisited Weird Al's career, which is great in the fact that who would have thought a novelty song guy would become this icon?
Right.
He is
Seriously,
an icon.
seriously.
He is iconic. Most people over the age of 30, I'd say 30 to death, know who Weird Al Yankovic is. But his debut on the Tom Snyder show, I don't know if you remember this, John, because I think you do. I think you did watch it live, and I'm not kidding, was when he performed Another One Rides the Bus.
Yes.
And Another One Rides the Bus, and then the Dr. Demento show where John, first got into the whole
Sunday
parody
nights.
scene.
He did that song and I Love Rocky Road. Those were the two.
So they live streamed each other. So Tom Snyder.
This is it. Yeah.
This is not good.
I know it's not. Look, you back on
It's the album version, not the live version.
But
I prefer the live version.
Funny thing about
I've never heard it.
Yeah.
So, but I take it back. There's a thing where he steps on this horn that sounds like a fart. That actually made me when I watched it. My point was going to be it wasn't funny, and now I remember it was funny when I rewatched it, and I was like, that actually made me laugh out loud. There's like this horn he stomps on because it's just him and an accordion.
Yeah.
One of the 4 astronauts who returned.
Yeah. That he's doing that actually made me laugh out loud.
He's got a sound effect guy working with him who's working like a box of horns and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, whatever. Like, play just the very beginning of it again. Tell me that this doesn't make you laugh.
Give it a moment to get started. Here we go.
All right, so no one can just let something be. The reason he's doing the classical music in the beginning is to make it more absurd when he plays these sounds. I mean, you got John blowing Hardy's punchlines. You got Adam talking over a necessary part of the joke. I mean, my God. Hardy, if it wasn't for us, this thing would be off the rails.
Well,
two amateurs.
A lot of credit to Weird Al for bringing it home for us. He's, by all accounts, like a great guy. He's a good interview. He knows exactly what he's doing. And his concerts, I hear this time and time again, like his concerts are, people will count them among the best they've ever seen.
Guess which act, if you had to, he had a famous parody of that were the biggest dicks to him after it came out.
Bare Naked Ladies.
Guess which act you would have to, if you were being serious, about a famous parody he did. If you had to guess who would have the least sense of humor about it.
Michael Jackson?
Nope. Michael Jackson liked them.
Kiss.
I don't know if he ever did a Kiss song. Famous parody.
Madonna.
Red Hot Chili Peppers. Strangely enough, guys that became famous almost solely for the fact that they performed with socks on their penises did not give it the Yabba Dabba Doo. I mean, it wasn't good, but they didn't like it, and they were vocal about it because they have no sense of humor. Hence, the Faith No More controversy, where Mike Patton had the audacity to make fun of them on stage, and the Red Hot Chili Peppers then, for the rest of Faith No More's career, kept them off any festival that they were playing in, which, by the way, is how you make money as a musician.
Which I want to chalk up to Anthony Kiedis because I just don't think I like Anthony Kiedis.
Didn't like it either. No, Anthony Kiedis is a real prick, and I think when he dies, there's going to stuff that comes out about his love life that are not going to put him in the best.
Oh.
That's just a theory.
He's got the super young girlfriend right now.
It's
right?
not her age. It's the appearance of her. There is a difference. Like if I'm Anthony Kiedis, he's not Bill Belichick. If I'm Anthony Kiedis and I want to have sex with someone in their 20s, God bless you. You're a rock star. Go do what you do. It's not that she's in her 20s or what her age is. It's what she appears to look like. He has a very, very, very specific. And as much as I make fun of Belichick, the girl he's with looks like she's a woman. Like she looks like she's a woman. Do you ever see like a rich guy like with someone who's younger and you're like whatever, but the person that's younger looks like they're like preteen?
Oh yeah, because they've got like a Hello Kitty backpack on, or
they look like they're preteen.
Yeah.
Like they physically look preteen. When that's a taste of someone, I'm often like, it's not so great.
How many Red Hot Chili Peppers does it take to screw in a light bulb?
How many?
3. 1 to screw in the light bulb and 2 to cook up the heroin on a spoon.
All right. What do the Red Hot Chili Peppers and Harriet Tubman have in common? Well, Harriet Tubman was a heroine to the slaves, and the Red Hot Chili Peppers were slaves to heroin.
Neil Hamburger.
Are slaves to heroin, I should say.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll be back in just a moment.
Sports Hub headlines.
Ramondre Stevenson's second rushing touchdown of the game came with 22 seconds left, and it handed the Patriots a 25-22 win over the New York Jets in Foxborough. Drake Mayo ran for a score in the first quarter and then had to leave to enter concussion protocol. Aaron Rodgers, 2 touchdown passes for the Jets. Patriots snap a 6-game losing streak. They're 2-6. They visit Tennessee this Sunday. The Titans are 1-6 after losing big in Detroit yesterday, 52-14. Celtics are back home tonight to play Milwaukee. Grandy and Max have the pregame at 7 and the tip-off at 7:30 here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. And in baseball news, LA Dodgers manager Dave Roberts said yesterday that despite a left shoulder injury in Game 2, Shohei Ohtani is expected to play tonight in Game 3 of the World Series at Yankee Stadium. LA leads it 2-0. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by AAA Work Trucks in Billerica. Be a pro on the road this season with new equipment on your work truck or van. They'll take the work out of your next work truck. Visit AAAWorkTrucks.com. I'm John Wallach at Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 10 o'clock.
Stay tuned for more Toucher and Hardy on the Sports Hub.
The NBA is finally back. You heard John Wallach just tell you. Celtics at home against Milwaukee tonight. A new season means new ways to get into the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. So who's draining threes from beyond the arc? Who's crashing the boards and grabbing rebounds? Get behind your favorite players and the prop bets you can make on DraftKings, the home of NBA player props. And if it's your first time, remember, new DraftKings customers, you bet $5, you get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Every point counts with DraftKings Sportsbook. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app. Use code SportsHub. That's code SportsHub for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets when you bet just $5 only on DraftKings. The crown is yours. Hope is here. 800-327-5050 or gamblinghelplinema.org. 21 plus. Play it smart from the start with GameSenseMA.com. Massachusetts only. Eligibility restrictions apply. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/bball.
Right now at Wendy's, you can get a small Frosty for just $1, and everyone is going, including you. Just a hunch. The iconic Frosty for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Participating U.S. Wendy's. Not valid in a combo. Third-party delivery prices may be higher.
Welcome to Are You Smarter Than a Massachusetts 5th Grader? Our contestants today, Carol, a nurse from Groton, Jim, a banker from Boston, and Maddie, a 5th grader at Mass Public Schools. First question, name one reason our state has a great education system. Come on, adults. Nothing? How about you, Maddie?
Standardized tests?
Standardized tests give students from all backgrounds a fair shot at long-term success. Learn more at massopportunity.org.
Interested in learning how the food you eat can affect your blood pressure? Go Fresh at Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center is a research program that aims to bring healthy groceries to Black adults in Boston to stop high blood pressure. Half of study participants will receive free weekly groceries delivered to their homes for 3 months, while the other half will receive $500 every month for 3 months. For more information, call or text 617-903-7943. You can also visit their website at gofreshstudy.org.
Hey, it's Jeff with Yankee Custom.
You're thinking, what could I possibly have missed from the show? It's time for The Stack on Toucher and Hardy.
Hey, we're Toucher and Hardy, brought to you by
the some of the comments about the Dwayne Wade statue that was unveiled in Miami. Miami Heat. Is the statue ready? Sculptor. Yep. Kelsey Grammer. Miami Heat. No, Dwayne Wade. Sculptor. Give me a few minutes.
Yeah, if you don't know, Dwayne Wade has had a sculpture unveiled, and apparently bronze or whatever the hell they work with is incredibly difficult because these things are always awful.
The Miami Heat should have had a contest where they showed this picture to 1,000 fans, and anyone who guesses it's Dwayne Wade gets to keep the statue. It doesn't look like anyone. Maybe something from the movie Prometheus. And Fred, I won't spoil it for you, but kind of looks like one of the engineers. That's the only thing I can think of when I look at that statue.
It looks like Dennis?
No. Okay, so in the movie Prometheus, it's really of a like an alien origin story, and we can get into this as much as you want, but it's really, really good.
So, but I mean the statue's not looking like that. So they have to be worked. It has to be like a metal that is very expensive that they're made out of, and it has to be something where when you make a mistake, it's almost impossible to correct because they let a lot of stuff go. I mean, some of these. Was it Ken Griffey Jr.'s that looked so terrible? There's one that came out recently. It was a baseball one, I believe, or it could have been football.
Junior's is pretty, not close, but not obscenely bad.
Like, if you could blow it up, would you use it?
No.
Okay, it's not that close to reality.
No, it's
all right. Very good.
So
you still don't know what I'm talking about. Go ahead. He doesn't get it.
I think Dwayne Wade actually said at the ceremony, "Who is that guy?"
Yeah.
He turned around and pointed at his
So is this coming out of, coming out in front of the place? Like, is this going out in front of where they play?
The Casella Center?
I have to imagine that's where it's going to go.
It's got to be on
yes,
the street side.
Yes, outside the Casella Center in Miami.
Because the Bobby Orr statue is good because he's in action, like he's diving. I'd tell you what the Bill Russell statue looks like, but they hide it in an area of town that it will never be walked by. Have you either of you ever seen the Bill Russell statue?
I have, yeah.
Okay, you have. Now,
Yeah,
did you do it on purpose?
No, like literally was like, oh crap, wow, this is awesome. Why is this Bill Russell statue in like a corner by City Hall Plaza? Like, it's weird.
Yeah, it's nowhere where I've ever been. Or if I was there, I could probably just walk past it. Because it's not like when you're walking around a city you live in, you go like, ooh, a statue. Like, I wonder who that is. You know, like the ones, I can only think of the ones in Detroit, and those are all right. Like the Barry Sanders one, but he has a helmet on. You need to have the guy with like some kind of, like a Rip Hamilton one would be okay. Because he was always wearing the face mask.
And the fist looks exactly like Joe Louis's fist, so that's a good one.
Yeah, I mean, it's a perfect way to like just go to your city like, hey, look at what we are. We're like a big old fist. Do with it whatever you want. In the spirit of Detroit, when they put the home team jersey on it, and you're like, hooray!
Now we can save the rest for
No, go ahead.
Pete Davidson has unveiled the results of his major tattoo removal.
It's unbelievable. So Pete Davidson was one of these guys. He was just getting tattoos for no reason, like Kim Kardashian getting tattoos of her kids' initials, which would have pissed me off too if I was Kanye. And he just came out to like a some affair where they were taking pictures with him and Machine Gun Kelly, who has done the whole blackout thing on his body, and it really looks like he never had tattoos. It's pretty incredible.
The one photo I've seen is unbelievable. I didn't think it would be that good, but it looks really good. Oh, good. Well done, Pete.
And he said he did it for acting, but there are guys in local television who have big old forearm tattoos that you can't even see when they go on TV.
But if your character's not supposed to have tattoos, he said sometimes he'd have to sit in the makeup chair for 3 hours while they covered up his tattoos. So he didn't want to do that anymore.
Yeah, no, all power to him, and it just shows that the tattoo removal industry is not where it was, is gone well beyond where it was before. Unlike the hair removal industry, which is still very much struggling. So we're still forced to wax ourselves if we're men of a certain disadvantage. All right, that'll do it for us. Everyone, enjoy your day.